Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Monday, June the 28th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So that means you can hear me and you can see my screen. All right. Lots happening. And welcome to the room, by the way. Let's see if I can pronounce your name. Resilienza. Lots happening this morning. Let's get right at it. So first of all, the CRISPR stocks. Not the big one, but this one, I shouldn't say out of nowhere, but this one used to always kind of lag edit and CRISPR. But anyway, NTLA had some really positive news, and just taking a look briefly at the headline and glossing over what it said. So it looks like incredibly positive news for NTLA. Obviously a 54%, $48, dragging the rest of them up. There's Edit, EDIT. It's not going to be up 54%, but in the same group, up 20%, and the other one is CRISPR, what is it? CRSP, I guess. CRSP. And this is up 12%, but certainly the leader today is NTLA. Now, we still have this listed as a pink sheet stock. I don't know why. I know I alerted our guys on Friday. Anyway, RSLS is not a pink sheet stock. I guess it's NAS. I don't know when they got their NASDAQ listing, but at any rate, RSLS up 25%. And this is after, let's say, Armistice, a hedge fund, disclosed a 50% stake in RSLS. Man, space is just, I know William said that he shorted it, but man, oh man, space, SPCE, still really, really doing well. I mean, it had a huge move on Friday with their news, and it looks like it's trying to do a continuation today. Marin, M-R-I-N. Let's see, what are you doing? Are you still up? Yeah, you're still up. And company announced, it's a headline I didn't see earlier, announced the ability to manage Instacart ads, etc., etc. So there is some news, MRIN, there is some news. CCXI, this is up big also, CCXI. Yeah, still holding. Had a nice day on Friday, a continuation today. Horrible month last month, but trying to recover somewhat. I don't see any specific news. AVXL, Alzheimer drug. AVXL. This is up this morning. AVXL up almost 30%. Look at this. Had a big month. Has had a big month so far. 2 weeks ago, the big week. Last week kind of rested a bit. And now it just keeps going. After improved endpoint. So there was some news also. ABUS had positive data. ABUS had positive data. And still holding on their drug. I don't see any specific news for MXC. This is going to be a wild one. Mexico energy play, MXC. Very low float. And we have less than 1 million in the float. Okay, there is some news after the company announced better than expected 2021 financial results. Okay, so I guess there is some news for MXC. Mankind, MNKD. MNKD. You know, so they had, I mean, I'm going to be very vague. Positive news. That's all I could really see. Some positive news. Yeah, but Martin, I mean, I hear what you're saying, and they work now, but I mean, your money would be tied up for a long time. That's fine if you're in it for the long haul and it happens to work. Good morning, Real. Verve. Verve. This is a recent IPO. VERV is still is. Let's see, is it still up? Yeah, it is still up. It's a recent IPO last month or this month. I guess it IPO'd on the 17th. So this is a big pop up. Here's another one, guys, where these analysts are putting these pretty large price targets. So this PBLA, the only news I could find is that Roth initiating coverage and putting a $10 price target on PBLA. So it's 8.4 million in the float, so it's a low float situation. Excel. Negative late stage data. This is really throttle this one. EXEL, negative late stage data, down 11%. Perry, P-E-R-I. I think what they've done is they've pre-released guidance and earnings and all of that. Okay, I don't think it's an official. We still have August the 11th, but I think what they've done is they've pre-released. UBX, another one with an upgrade. UBX, I didn't say a price target, but UBX has got a Citigroup upgrade. That's UBX. And ALF, guys, ALF from last week. Now, it was over 20. I think it's under 20 right now. What did it get up to? Got up to 2064. Still super active. What was the high last week? Was 2075. So it almost took out the high of last week. Better put an alert there just in case it does and see what happens if it does. Beam. I see Beam. This is a more expensive one, I do believe. BEAM. And let's see. I don't see the specific news. I don't know if this is a gene editing stock. I really don't know. Looks like it could be DNA, etc. But don't quote me on that. But Beam is up. Maybe being dragged up because of NTLA. No trade of the week this week, guys. By the way, Steve is on vacation this week, so he's the originator. So, excuse me, no. So, no, excuse me, no trade of the week. All right, let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this week from briefing.com. All right, not too many of each. All right, let me get some of the upgrades in right now. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get some of the downgrades in now. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's open Friday. I think it's probably closed Monday, right, for July 4th? That's Monday. July 4th is a Sunday, I believe, for you guys. Yeah, so it's probably closed Monday. I'm pretty sure of that. I didn't see the email. I didn't even see the email, William. Trade ideas. I'm just seeing that. Oh, I see. Yeah, right. The new alert index. Okay. Now, before I opened this room, just before I opened this room, I was hearing Bed Bath and Beyond, BBBY, triggering. Let's see if it's still. Like, we still have this wrong. They have it on June the 30th. Their earnings on June the 30th. So it was triggering a little bit. Of course, this was a was, will become, again, a meme stock. I'm hearing something halted. What is halted? CVM is just halted. CVM just got halted because of news. Is DFPH probably not enough volume for me to have seen it? And the answer is yeah. So there's no volume at all. So, and it is a news halt. Okay. And so that is the list. Okay, thank you, Zach. If you can hear me, I think maybe you start off by listening to me, and then you get your music on. Okay, thanks. Okay. Just looking at some of the other meme stocks, GME had a sort of an interesting end. I think it was some order imbalances right at the end. It kind of popped it at $10 from 2 to 210. But anyway, see what happens once it opens. Didn't mention this one. So what is okay? This is a financing at 8.16 a share. Okay, so this is a financing. GTEC is doing a financing at 8.16 a share. There's that 200-day moving average just below it, so it looks like that is probably going to hold it. GTEC doing a financing. LKCO, I did see that pre-market. Yeah, China stock signs autonomous driving data services contract with a leading global, unnamed, okay, but it's a leading one. Well, it's just, yeah, an upgrade. It doesn't mean it's good for today necessarily. It just means it's been upgraded by Citigroup. You know, they put a $10 price target on it, I think. Actually, I'm wrong. I don't know what their price target. I don't know if they put a price target on it. Actually, it looks like they win a double upgrade in today's analyst section. Can't quite see. So maybe there are a couple of analysts upgrading them. I didn't see a price target. All this is, these are just analyst opinions I had, okay? I mean, it doesn't mean because an analyst gives it an upgrade that it's going to soar. It's just it can be newsworthy. Wonder what's going to happen to Rite Aid today. I mean, Rite Aid was just got thumped on Thursday and Friday after they released earnings. So here was the earnings reaction on Thursday. Continued down on Friday, kind of holding. Yeah, it's basically holding the lows of Friday. So I mean, it's not gonna stay here. It's either going to keep going down, or maybe it's going to have a bit of a bounce. I know, William, you still have hopes for a bounce for Rite Aid, RAD. Didn't talk about Wish, not yet. I mean, I've got it thumbnailed. You know, I mean, it's obviously last week and last 2 weeks, really. It's been very active. Not talked about Wish. I mean, it's you know, it's really doing nothing. I mean, it's got some volume, but it's not up, down. Yeah, but I also see I see a big topping tail for AMC right now, unless my chart is wrong. A big topping tail. So sellers have knocked it down. I mean, it could go right back up, but right now that is a topping tail, not a big green candle. Yeah, at least AMC's got some legitimate news. Again, whether you think they're going to emerge as a strong company with or without the memes, you know, I don't know. I mean, they've got a lot of debt, of course. Okay, give me a moment, please. All right, DTI. I don't think I saw that one. I'm just looking at my. Oh, there it is. I see now in the gap up. DTIL. Yep. Phase 1, 2. So yeah, right for a potential short. And there are. Interesting. Looks like there are about 151,000 shares at IB. So far, so good for me in terms of lag. Green trades, so far. I'm not noticing anything. Yeah, no, there's no trade of the week this week. Steve, the originator, is on vacation this week, so there are no trade of the week this week. There you go. So just on a personal note, I don't know if you guys, there's a pretty strong fan in the background. I don't know if it's annoying at all. It's going to have to be. At least today and probably tomorrow. Can't hear it. Excellent. Okay. My mic seems to pick up everything else. Really? Wow. That's cool. Okay, then I'm going to crank it up a little bit more. All day, Dumpling. All day. Monday to Friday. 90. Well, not all day. I guess I have to qualify that. Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay? Good morning, Dev and RK and Mr. Hussein in our YouTube room. Yeah, I'm in Vancouver also, so that's yeah. I mean, and I don't want to. I want to dwell too much on the weather, but yeah, this is unreal for Vancouver. Most of us don't have air conditioning, so it's just not needed in our city. So anyway, we're making do here. All right, guys. So I am going to get ready for this open. So I'm going to. This is what I use in the pre-market. This is my pre-market scanner. So I'm going to get rid of. Well, I'm going to minimize it. Don't ask. I know everybody wants to know when the containers are going to be ready. Maybe this week. I don't say that every week, but hey, maybe this week. Of course, I'm going to pay a lot of attention to the option scanner. It was this one on fire for the last couple of weeks, so I'm going to definitely pay attention to that today. I do have a Dyson, Dev. All right, give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. So again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Kind of let things settle down a little bit. There's a DTI reel. I did not get it. I mean, it's you probably took it already. It looks, from 1311. I don't know if you took it already, but not sure I mentioned this one, or did I? I can't remember if I did. The MediWound, MDWD. I forgot to mention this one, MediWound. I might have forgotten. I think I did. MDWD. So it had a huge day on Friday. Not as much volume as I would have thought. I mean, it's 1.5 million shares, which, looking back is, really an anomaly. But it's 24 million in the float. It's a big pop for it. Kind of held. Didn't trade off that much. Anyway, as we speak, it is above Friday's high, and that is MDWD. Yes. I'm sorry, guys. We're open. My goodness. Well, caught me by surprise. So everybody, have a great start to this trading week. Okay. Caught me completely by surprise. So yours is PBLA. PBLA, very aggressive price target put on it by Roth, $10. There's Alf, guys. You know, again, this is a crazy one. Only 3.8 million in the float. Just took out just took out Friday's high. Friday's high was 2075, so this is just exploding on the open. Again, I typically do not trade at the open, so well, just exploding on the open here, guys, for Alf. Oh, I see. Yeah, Mr. Hussein. So this is a there were two trading rooms basically. This is what I call the main trading room. Just give me a moment here. So you're in our YouTube room. Nothing wrong with being in the YouTube room. It's just not as dynamic as what I call the main trading room. I just put the link in. This is the main trading room. A lot more activity. Guys, wow, Rite Aid just continues down, guys. RAD just continues down. Well, here's one reason I don't like to trade in the pre-market, or not pre-market, but right off the bat, you get some really violent moves. Look at Alf. And let's see what the markets are doing to start. So we have a little bit of a disconnect. Dow is down a little bit. Tech is up. SPY is up. So a little bit of disconnect to start. Take a look at gray. Yeah, nice little break here on the daily. Let's look left. What do we have? 576. So we got maybe some resistance, you know, all the way up to 6, but all right, guys, ATOS, this was down. I didn't talk about it too much, but ATOS was definitely down pre-market and looked like it's trying to sink more. And I don't see any specific reason for it. At the big day on Friday, though, it did sell off. Got as high as what? It got as high as almost 10. It sold off to 860, and now the sell-off continues. This is shortable for me, but again, it's a little bit early. I don't see any specific news for it. All right, CVM just resumed here. CVM just resumed. Okay, so the news came out. Multi-kind immunotherapy produces 14.1% 5-year survival benefit in a phase 3 study. So I mean, it's a late study. I mean, on the surface, the news looks pretty good, I guess. 62% versus 48% survival rate. I mean, maybe they want that survival rate a lot higher. So, you know, the market's not reacting well right now. Well, GME is exploding here, guys. Just looking at GME here. That's a big explosion. So had that big, looked like order imbalance or something happened right at 345. It went from 200 to 210. Closed there, closed there. Pre-market didn't really do too much. Market's open, and now it's starting to run again. AMC is not, though. AMC is actually starting to move down. CVM, now, did CVM come right back up? No. So CVM just got halted again on the way down. Just one moment, please. Well, Rite Aid is, where's the support for Rite Aid? RAD. Wow. I'm a little surprised at this move for GME, but it's a very strong move. RAD, let me just take a look at RAD. I just want to check to see where there could be some support. You know, look, wow, I mean, look at this monthly chart. The low here is 1535. This is a few months ago. That is a low. Oops. No option plays yet, guys. I'm just kind of waiting on my option scanner to see if we get something. Again, I don't trade the options. I'm trading the stock, but just looking for situations where we have abnormal option activity. All right, what is the market doing? Actually, so the market's taking a bit of a dip here, and so Dow is down, tech is still up, so there is this disconnect right now between growth stocks and value, so-called value stocks. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That is by design. Perry, guys, look at this move for Perry. Some volume coming into Perry, P-E-R-I. And looking left on the monthly chart, what do we see? We see a high of 28.32. So, I mean, this has got a ton of room on the monthly chart. Take a look at the weekly chart. I think it's going to be about the same. Yeah, so the weekly and the monthly are the same in terms of the next highs looking left for Perry. It's a low float, fairly low float, 30 million in the float. And it is up because they have kind of pre-released their earnings and they've guided well. This is PERI. Did I make any change? Not that I'm aware of. No, not in the last 8 weeks. I have nothing. I have nothing so far. Any thoughts on it? Other than that, I mean, we had some positive data, positive news or something. Yeah, positive data pre-market for ABOS. But, the market had the nice pop on it. But, again, these little bios, I didn't read what exactly the news was. I just saw some positive data they released. But, the market's not that impressed right now. That's all I can say. Again, all these, okay, AVXL, I'm sure some of you were looking at this as a short AVXL. You know what? I should have mentioned this. I was, where are you, Ryan? Is it Ryan? Anybody else? There's that big bottoming tail. I know that's at 8 o'clock. Yeah, that big bottoming tail. Should have mentioned that. I forgot to mention. I saw it. I thought, you know what? Will that be the magnet to get it to move down? And it looks like, well, I don't have to say it doesn't look like it is. Whether it gets right there, I don't know, but there is no trade of the week this week, Tracy. Steve, who originates it, is on vacation, so no trade of the week this week. Yeah, hot red is right. Look at this downward move for the SPY on that first 15-minute candle. So watch your longs, obviously, unless you're in a stock that, is truly an alpha stock and doesn't really care what the market's doing right now. All right, we've almost got the first 15 minutes in the book. Whoa, okay, now AMC's got that pop. All right, best on the move, BEST on the move. It's not a low float. China stock, $250 million in the float. Taking all this out now on the daily chart, over $2. Decent volume coming in, 24 times normal. But it is a big float, 231 million in the float. Looking left on the monthly chart, we see, okay, there's 195. The next high is 250. So, I mean, in theory, this has got some room. What it is on the weekly. So on the weekly chart, it's 228. So it's, it's got a little bit of room, not a lot though. It's just something as an anomaly we've been noticing in the pre-market when you get these big bottom. I know what you're saying. I mean, usually a bottoming tail means sellers tried to knock it down, but the buyers took control, and that's it. We've seen too many occurrences, though, where you see that bottoming tail, especially at 8 o'clock. And it seems, obviously not every time, but it just seems to be a bit of a magnet to get there. All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching some of my thumbnail charts. See if there's anything interesting happening. AMC is exploding now. All right, RSLS is not available to me to short. RSLS at Interactive Brokers. So Gray does have options, but it's a little bit light so far, and it won't appear. Whoops, here we have another halt. CVM. Now this, so this this news not good for CVM. I mean, they got halted. You read the press release. So obviously the survival rate was not. I mean, if you look, look at the news. So you would look at that headline and say, okay, survival benefit of 14%, exceeding predefined 10%. Okay, looks good, doesn't it? All right, there's EXAL showing up on my the scanner here. Just made a new low. Of course, it's way below Friday's low. That's why it's on here. Negative late stage data for EXEL. Ton of shorts available. Give me a moment, please. Meanwhile, ATOS continues down here, guys. Again, we still have this disconnect. We have Dow is down, a fair amount. Tech is up. SPY is down a little bit. I didn't even see the, wow, what a great, was that shortable? Yeah, great AI alert, didn't even see it. To short GBT, a little late now, 35.23, 33.72 now, down 4%. I did not even see that one. And the target was hit. Now, if you're in this one, if you short a GBT, there is no reason to get out. Okay, I mean, you want to get out, fine, but I mean, there's no reason to get out. Just because the target was hit, kind of an artificial target. And there goes Wish, guys. Yeah, I mean, Wish. And Zach mentioned gray earlier, gray bug, Gray. Will it take up that 6? It takes out that 6, and the next high looking left is almost 7, 697. Okay, the low float situation, 18 million in the float. I don't see any specific reason for it. The options market predicting a spike. Again, it would show up. I mean, it's got to trade a few more. It's got to show up. It'll show up in the option scanner, but by then it might be a little late. Reason being is my minimum is, I think it's 2,000 contracts, so it's traded 1,800, and it's got to be at least 3 times normal. Right now, that's only 1.5 times normal. If this continues, I mean, it'll probably show up in the option scanner, but it depends how extended it'll be. This one is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I'm not looking, I'm just, remarking on the fact that some of these ones that are really sore at the beginning of the day, I mean, a lot of the times they tend to fade. So it's not that I'm absolutely looking for them, but it's just the reality. And right now the AI is, I've got a couple of shorts on the go. Well, gray's got a ton of room, so what I'm going to do is just stick an alert, price alert around 607 and see if it takes that out a little bit later. That might get me interested. I mean, if you look, it's got room to 7, on the daily chart. There's the next high looking left. Boy, ATOS is just getting slammed here. Trying to see the specific news for ATOS, and I'm not sure I do see anything. Had the big day on Friday. It did sell off a little bit, but this sell-off is continuing. Next low looking left, I mean, it might stall right around here, around 650. That's the next low looking left. All right, MDWD. It is fading badly now. MDWD. All right, guys, we do have now an option play. Best. Let's take a look at Best. BEST. All right, well, let's see how well it holds over 2. I mean, this is looking pretty interesting. If you look left, again, the next high looking left is 250. It's above the channel. I get that from Real. Not from Real, but I'm sure he's looking at that channel. And the 200-day moving average is a little bit above it also. So, little, that's a problem area, guys. Definitely a problem area. Doesn't mean it's going to stall there, but I wish it weren't there. How's that? Yeah, it's disappointing that that 200-day moving average is right there. I mean, listen, if you took it right now and it got there, that'd be 10%, nothing to sneeze at. But I don't know. I wish it weren't there, that's all. All right, so much for that Citigroup upgrade for UBX right now. Now, we got a couple of bottoming tails on the SPY on that 15-minute candles. So let's see if these lows can hold and maybe the buyers get a little more active. And Excel continues its move now. So the alert at 1958. Again, that you would have thought maybe that's late, on that 15-minute delay, but it continues down. 1923 now. Now, if you're in this one, the next low is looking left on the monthly chart, 1859. So it's got some room there. Okay, so RAD had a bit of a pop, guys. This 16 level may hold it. I'm just taking a look. A couple of 15-minute on the 15-minute candles right there. See some bottoming tails right there. Bottoming tail there. Sellers tried again to knock it down. Maybe the buyers are going to take control for a while. And see the bottoming tails there on the 5-minute chart. And actually, RAD is looking a little bit like the SPY on that 15-minute. I'm sure that was a mistake in terms of the posting in that language. Oh, guys, I mean, look at this. I mean, basic new highs and basic new lows. So I've only got one that's made a new high. And the rest are making new lows. So just have to try to trade what the market is telling us right now. All right, bingo. I I find this a very difficult intraday trader, but let's see what it's doing. BNGO. And there's holding, where's the VWAP that Real's talking about? 794, so that trying to bounce off the VWAP. Not a low float, 277 million in the float. Yeah, it's just above it, right? I mean, the VWAP is 794, so it's at 797 right now. Usually our VWAP numbers are very, very close. Whoa, look at Medi Wound. Whoa. MDWD. Well, are you talking about the AI side? I mean, I don't give entry and exit points if that's what you're talking about. You know, all day long we have a lot of ideas in the room. But if you're talking, you know, I'm not, if you're looking to me to tell you what to buy and sell, that's not happening in this room. You know, pointing out ideas. I mean, I talk about the best. You know, I mean, I like the best, but it would have to really hold this 2 level, you know, as an example. Pointed out though that there's a 200-day moving average. Don't love that, sitting above it. But if you're talking about true entry, I mean, the AI is the only one that has, you know, suggested entries and exits, okay? Which I'm going to go over in a bit. You have to have some, like if you're just starting out, and I go over this in about 20 minutes or so, but if you're just starting out, I'm talking to somebody in our tech support, you know, if you're just starting out trading in general, I really suggest, I'm going to just pop my homepage link in, okay, that you take a look at this. If you go to my homepage, yeah. And go to the education section, click here, and if you scroll down, you're going to see there's a video series, okay? Back to basics, starting off with what is a stock. So if you're brand new to trading, I would encourage you to take a look at something like that. But I'm not going to say, okay, here's where you guys should buy and here's where you guys should get out, if that's what you're looking for. Okay, now mankind's been very choppy. Look at MNKD. So this is interesting. Look at that red bar ignored on the 2-minute chart as an example. I mean, keep an eye on Rite Aid. I mean, RAD, the longer it holds 16, you know, it may be trying to have a mini recovery day. RAD, it's just over 16. GR Griffin, let's see. Okay, so this was an IPO, I guess, last week, or I guess on Friday. Yeah, I mean, listen, I mean, if it takes out, it tried to take out Friday's high. I usually get interested if they can take out the highs of the initial day. You guys have been talking about IKNX. Yeah, so this just took out Friday's high. What is Friday's high? Friday's, oops. Sorry, guys, this is just 24.94. So about 25. So it took out Friday's high. Yeah, so I'm going to go over that, Mr. Hussein. This is what it looks like. This is the AI as an entry, as a stop. How you trade, how you know, if you're interested in something like that, I'm going to go over that in about 15 minutes, okay? Okay, guys, there's gray now. Okay, gray over 6. Over 6. This could get really interesting. I mean, it pulled back all the way to 580. Over 6 now. Let's see how well it holds and see if it explodes from here. What did I say? The next high? Yeah, the next high is 7. Approximately $7. So it has room to run. It does have room to run. So keep, I mean, I can't tell you to take the trade, but it's got room to run. I mean, it has, okay, guys, I mean, again, you know, it has room to run. Okay, give me a moment, please, guys. Yeah, sorry, I had myself on mute. You're right. Sorry. Yeah, so give me another 10 minutes or so. I usually start at around 10:20. A general spiel about trade ideas, what it is, and then I'll go over the AI. And you can probably make up your mind if you think it's something that you want to try. Now, I just noticed here, gray showed up in the options scanner, so now it's pulled back. So I'm gonna, let's see if it really rips from that option price 619. Now, am I right in reading this? I've got this thing from IB up now. I see a lot of activity for the 7.5, 750, July 16. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to go to 750, of course, but I mean, guys, this is what I'm talking about right here, okay? Here are the two from the option scanner. So I know this is 619. It's a little bit below it. And the best, I didn't like it that much because of this 200-day moving average that is right above it. But the gray's got a lot of promise here. The longer it holds this area. There it goes, guys. No, listen, again, I can't tell you what to trade. I can't tell you when to take profits, but, just remember, these things are all volatile, especially with, 18 million in the float. These are going to be very volatile. All right, guys. I kind of blew it. I had a short on the MDWD and I ended up taking a little loss on it. So that's because I got a little distracted, had a nice little gain, and had a little pop down. But anyway, a little bit of a loss on it. All right, guys, it's getting close to that 10:20. So all right. All right. Well, first of all, it's if you're new to this room, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I do share my screen and I'm live on the mic. And as always, I always start off with my homepage link. A lot of information on my homepage. So I'm going to pop that link in here and here. And into our YouTube room. And that link in the main trading room is always available right there, Barry's homepage right there. So when you click on it, this is what you're going to see. If you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha for 15% off. The first month only or the entire year. So I'm going to click on it, just to give you an idea how much trade it does cost. Oops. All right, we have 4 plans. We have an annual and monthly for premium and standard. So the annual premium is $22.68 a year minus that 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, okay? That's the usual reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. There are some other differences, but that's the main difference. I'll get to that in a minute, Piano Man. You don't have to take out an annual plan. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. This is what you'll pay, $118, $228. You can apply that discount to the first month only. All right, so the first month only, you'll get the 15% off. If you maintain, wow, look at Candy, guys. KNDI is starting to rip here. If you maintain a monthly subscription, then this is what you'll pay going forward. Okay, more information on my homepage. Get the trade of the week. Now, there is none this week. Steve is on vacation this week. So there's no trade of the week this week, but you can sign up for them right there. Usually they come Monday morning before the market opens. I do a stock of the day video around noon Eastern time. You can sign up for it here. So Piano Man, to answer your question, I was asked for my scans. So this is the big scan section I've got, all right? So if you click here, here's my layout. The layout that you see is what I'm sharing right there, okay? And then the individual layouts or the individual scans moving higher with unusually strong options. That's where that is, Piano Man. Plus a lot of other individual scans that I've created. A lot of you might have your own layout, so you don't want my layout necessarily, but so here are some individual scans. Okay? This is the big education section. You click here. So if you're new to trade ideas, really recommend you take this, the 20 lessons. What is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, creating them, etc. All the way down to the AI and Brokerage Plus, which I'm going to go over in a little more detail. If you don't have trade ideas, you can also click on that link so you get an idea of some of the basic things we have to offer. Oops. Now, more information on the education. So, daily support sessions. You'll hear me refer to a YouTube room all day long. Same room basically as the main trading room. They hear me, they can see my screen, just not quite as much activity. At noon, I do take a break. So if you want to head over to our YouTube room at noon, between 12 and 1, you can do so. Before I take my break, I will pop the link in. Another trader takes over, that's why. Today I think it's Sean, kind of an options player. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right there. More educational videos, starting to trade ideas from scratch. A bigger blurb video about the AI. Now, the video about the AI does not tell you how to trade the AI, okay? Nothing tells you how to trade it. How you're going to trade it will be up to you. It basically just goes over how, what the AI is in general. Back to basics. Great little series right here. If you're new to trading, it starts off with what is a stock. So if you're new to trading, it's a great series. And we have some trading ebooks that we created. So again, a lot of information on my homepage. My advice, save my link, and then you can take a look at especially these two sections. Especially these two sections, all my scans and the education section. You can take a look at all that at your leisure. Okay, just a minute. Okay, so what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is or where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So when you say, is the material free, Mr. Hussein, everything, all my scans are, I mean, if you're a subscriber, of course. All the scans that I've created, they're all, call them free, but you got to be a subscriber, of course, to access them. So this is an example of a scan, basic new highs and lows. And this is what it looks like. So what I'm doing in this scan is I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is at least 4, meaning 4 times normal volume up to this point of the day. Volume is at least 400,000 shares, etc. These are the filters that I put in. So if a stock meets these filter requirements and either makes a new high for the day or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why I see these stocks. So, if you took this, from that scan section from my home page, but you might look at this and go, I like the idea, but I'd rather have a different price range. No problem. You just change the price range. You want to make it 10 and 20 or 10 and 60, you go ahead. This is just a template that I use, but of course you can change whatever you want. You can add a filter, take one out, whatever. Once you get used to using Trade Ideas, that's more than likely what you'd do. Now, one of the nice things about Trade Ideas is that you do not have to learn a programming language. We feel that we have created enough alerts. These are all the alerts when you see the icons that look like that. Alerts and filters. See these icons? These are the filter icons. We feel we've created enough alerts and filters that you can combine them to give them the type of scan that you're looking for. So no programming language to learn. And again, if you just start out, you don't even have to know anything about how to create a scan. You can take my scans, and take a look at them. All you have to do is really just right-click, configure, and check and click on summary. So you'll see the filters that I'm using. You'll see what I created. The other thing is we have a channel bar. I'm going to show you from this version right now. But if you click on New and then Channel Bar, you'll see that we have a lot of channels here. These are all layouts. They're all themed channels. So these are all layouts. And why I call them layouts is because if you have a layout up and running, you have to make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. Because if you click on one of these, your layout would be replaced. Which is okay as long as you've saved your layout to the cloud first. But I'm going to tease you guys, of course. Hopefully, this version will be available this week, so that you will not have to replace. You'll be able to load a channel, and your layout will remain. I always like to show the sector status. These are again all the themed layouts. Where is that sector status? There you are. So this is kind of a nice little layout that we've got here. Kind of at a glance, you can see what the market is doing. All right, these are the major sectors. You can see right now, energy is having a horrible day. 100%. Every single stock that makes up XLE is down for the day. Every single stock. You know, the best performing sector right now looks like technology. 68% of the stocks making up that sector are up for the day. Consumer staples, 68% are up for the day. Okay, so, you know, at a glance, you can kind of take a look at what's happening. And also, you know, it's great to look at the ones that are up for the day, but, you know, you're in a strong sector here, maybe go down and check the ones that are down for the day. You know, why are they down? Maybe there's something about that. Okay, so this is it's not quite a heat map, but it gives you a, you know, at a glance, what is happening with the overall market. And again, that version that I just demonstrated, you know, I know we hoped it would be available last week, but maybe this week. Meanwhile, CVM is just continues down after that news. Gray, right back up, guys. All right, now I want to talk a little bit about the AI. If you have our premium service, this is what I would do before I show this screen. Make it easy on yourselves. Just click on New from our toolbar, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, okay? I wouldn't worry about the different versions of the AI that we have, Neo 2.0 and Grail. I wouldn't even worry about the strategies that the alerts come from. All I would care about is show me the alerts. Okay, there are only 2 so far today. There was an alert to short GBT. There was the entry. If you don't have to get in right at the penny, and here was the stop. How you trade it will be up to you. Okay, just 2 alerts today so far. And I don't go over in any more detail than that, guys, because, I mean, we get all the questions. I mean, how do you trade the AI? How you trade it will be literally up to you. You know, there's all sorts of different ways. I use it like a watch list. You know, I happen to like the stocks under $20. That's just me, though. Okay, guys, Gray on the move again. Give me a moment here. I see another one snuck in here while I was going over my spiel here. So AYRO, another one coming from the option scanner. So what do I see? What I see is this. I look left, I see 508. I see 512. I see 527. I mean, it doesn't have a ton of room. You understand what I'm saying? Hopefully. You know, I look at this and yeah, great. Got something from the option scanner, but I mean, I'm not saying, look, I don't know if it's going to stall. There's the 200-day. It's not that far away. I don't know if it's going to stall at these little highs here, but I'd rather not see them there. Okay? So just because I get an alert doesn't mean that I just hop on it. I'll take a pint from Point Grey. I used to live in Kits. Well, all I can say about, if you watch the video about what the AI, how it's structured, it's just, these are the ideas that have been generated today. Okay? These are the strategies that, if I look at the AI, I'm going to go over this Brokerage Plus window, but these are the strategies that made the cut. Why they made the cut? Because they had the right profit percent, or win percent and profit factor. Okay. Again, I don't really care what the alerts are or what the strategies are. I don't care if it's Neo 2.0 or Grail. All I really care about is show me the alerts that I get from these. Okay, that's all I care about. Make it easy on yourself. Don't try to overanalyze it. And again, I'm not referring to you specifically, Mr. Hussein. Okay, just in general. I think people get way too hung up. Well, I can't explain the historical monthly performance. I can't explain it. I mean, you can go back and take a look in the history and go over it and have a time frame. I can go back easily, history, previous trading day as an example. But if you want to see the historical performance over the last month, you could do that, and go to the time frame and just, you have to fiddle around with this and get the last 30 days. All right, guys, I want to talk about this window that you see here that's called Brokerage Plus. If you have, first of all, this is only available if you are using our downloadable version, not available if you're using the web-based version. All right, I'm going to pop a link to 2 videos. All right, so I just popped in a link called Brokerage Plus. So the first video that you see, it'll explain how you can, if you have an interactive broker's account or E-Trade account, how you can actually use this window to trade. Okay, it'll show you how you connect. The second video goes into a lot more detail, a lot more advanced topics, like how you would set up your own buying and shorting one-click trading parameters. Okay, I don't go over that in this room. The video is about 27 minutes long, I think, and it explains it all. Okay, definitely an advanced topic. But I also want you to listen very carefully. If you don't have an interactive broker's account or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. This is just a feature that we have. If you have an IB or E-Trade account, you can use this to trade from within trade ideas. You don't have to, but it's a feature that we have. I'm not trying to downplay it, but I think people get very confused, that they think, well, if I don't have IB or E-Trade, I can't use trade ideas. Now, the other main reason for use of this is as a simulator, paper trader, all right? Again, that video explains how you do all this, but as a simulator, you just click on the sim. It doesn't matter who your broker is. It's because it's using our real-time data, and you can practice trading, practice trading before you commit money to the market. Cannot emphasize that enough. If you cannot make money in the simulator, there's no way, well, there's virtually no way once you commit money to the market, trading your live account, that you'll be able to make money. So that's why we say practice in the simulator. And if you can start making money, that's great. Again, no guarantee though, also, if you can make money in the simulator, that you'll make money once you start using your account. Not trying to be negative here, but that's just reality. So let's see how you could use this. Say you wanted to take candy, okay? KNDI. But you don't want to take it right now. You only want to take it if it pulls back to this level here. Again, I'm not saying this is what you would do. I'm just showing you now how you can. I will disagree, Mr. Hussein. The standard subscription, I mean, if you want this, yeah. I'm sorry, that's the history. let me get to today. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you want something like this, then you need our premium subscription. I'm not trying to downplay, but our standard subscription is great. But if you're looking for something that is going to give you some entries and a stop, and then you figure out how you're going to trade it, yeah, then this is for you. So again, let's take a look at candy, and let's just say I wanted to take this trade, but I don't want to take it right now. If it pulls back to say right down here, 634, I want to take the trade. So this is how you can do it. When I clicked on I had an alert in the momentum scanner, so I clicked on it, and that's why candy appears. Let's just take 300 shares, and I will. Say, let's take it on a pullback. Let's take it at 630. Again, this is in the simulator. And I click buy, and you'll see a blue button will appear, or a blue line will appear on the chart. See that dark blue line appears on the chart. So if candy goes down to 630, it'll take the trade. And well, I'll leave it in there, see if it happens, okay? Again, I'm not saying this is what I would do, just showing you how you can do things like that. You could have also done it another way if you thought, well, you know what, I'd love to take it if it breaks out above these highs of the day. Yeah, you could have put the price, you could have put the price above the current price, and you would have seen a blue line above the current price. Okay? Now, let's take a trade right now. Now we're going to go over, we're going to go over a little bit of a money management and the whole concept of placing stops. Trying to find one that I'm trying to find one that's near the high of the day. All right, let's take a look at Perry. Again, this is just for demonstration purposes, okay? Now, the spread is, it's not terrible. It's 5 cents. It's not terrible. I'm going to take 500 shares of this in the simulator at the market, okay? This is in the simulator. Entry price was $21.50. Now, I'm just trying to make the math easy. I'm going to put a stop at $21.30. It's possible to get stopped out almost immediately, but I just want to show you how this works. And there is a line right on the chart, $21.30. So you see that red line. So if Perry goes down to $21.30, it'll take me out for a approximately $100 loss. So when you get into trading, in my opinion, and many in the room's opinion, is that you have to have a stop. You have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work. Not all the trades are going to work. You know, that's just the reality of trading. And so if you're new to trading right now, you know, that's the biggest problem because, well, a couple of things is, you know, maybe you're not used to the concept of a stop, but now you might be thinking, well, where do I place my stop? And that's where practice comes into play. You know, how I place stops, I look at the chart, I try to size up where I think a support area would be. You know, a lot of actions, good support, and if it breaks down through that support, I should be out of the trade. That's what I do. And you're only going to understand this concept if you practice trading. So in this particular case, I put the stop 20 cents away to make the math easy. Because the next concept is this, okay? If you get, you know, your head around, okay, I should put a stop, I should put a stop. The next step is, okay, if it hits my stop, how much am I really prepared to lose on the trade dollar-wise? So if you have a $5,000 account, you know, you shouldn't risk $1,000 a trade. So in this particular case, I said, okay, if my account dictates that I could risk $100 in a trade, this is why I made this math easy here. And we're going to risk $100 on the trade. Notice I took the trade at $21.50. I put my stop at $21.30, which happens to be 20 cents away. If I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. That's why I took 500 shares. So the other concept is this: you don't take the same number of shares per trade. How many shares you take should be, in my opinion, and many in the room, should be dictated by how much your the difference between your entry price and your stop. In this case, it was 20 cents. You divide that into 100, you get 500 shares. Obviously, your stop is not always going to be 20 cents away. And, you know, I'm not saying your risk will always be $100, but that's how you will share size yourself. Okay? So that, you know, I can't emphasize enough, you know, the importance, because here's the deal. I mean, let's say I get stopped out of this at 21.30. Okay, I move on. Now this could set up later on. You know, for all the reasons why I got in, again, this is for demonstration purposes, but for all the reasons why you got into a trade and it didn't work the first time, it may work the second time if it sets up again. So you can always get back into the trade if it sets up again. Again, not all trades are going to work. You might, now here's maybe the most important thing, to obey your stop. Because, you know, you get into a trade and you're all excited, especially if it's your first trade after practicing in the simulator for several months. You get into that first trade and it starts working against you. So now some self-doubt starts to come in. Did I place my stop too tight? Because, you know, I've heard so many good things about this company. I read the press release. The setup looked great. Why isn't it working? Well, you know what? It just does. Sometimes they just don't work, even though everything looks like, you know, it should point out, or it should point to the fact that it works. So obeying your stop is so important also, because again, what could happen is you could start moving this stop down. You could start saying to yourself, well, you know what? I thought I knew where I really should put that stop, but maybe it was too tight. So you start moving it down. That $100 manageable loss starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and sell. And it's going to happen. So how to counteract that? You leave your stop in. Where did I have that? That's close enough. Close enough. You leave your stop in, and if you get stopped out, you get stopped out and you just move on. Now, if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you might say, well, how can I? Then, you know, you're right. You cannot use our charts to stop you out. But all charting programs, all brokers will have a way in which you can do the same thing. Basically, leaving your stop in takes all the emotion out of the trade. Okay? So that's my spiel, guys. You know, and now your next question, well, how long is it going to take me? Everybody's different. All right, guys, now maybe I can pay a little more attention to what's going on. And of course, we have this trading room like this every day, so you can ask me questions. We have between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. Another trader who takes over. They have a different take on the markets than I do and setups. Okay, so listen, guys, gray was not what I would call the easiest of trades because it did chop around a little bit. But if you were in the room last week, you know what I said. What did I say? Hands up. Yeah, right. No, this is what I said. I said, I was bound and determined to pay way more attention to my option scanner, okay? And if I saw a setup that I really liked, I had to take it. What did I say about Best? I didn't like the setup that well. Because it had a couple things going against it. It had the 200-day above it. It had some highs that were very close to the current price. I didn't like it that much. The AYRO, the same sort of thing. I didn't look at all this. Look at all this resistance here. Now look at gray. Only with experience are you able to. Take a look at gray. Look at the difference in the other two. Okay, there was the high right there of 6. The alert was at 619. When you look left, it had room to 7. Now listen, it was a little choppy. Don't get me wrong, this was not straight up. But to me, of the 3 that we had from the option scanner, this is the clear-cut favorite. Okay, to me. And so last week I said, I wanted to pay a lot, if I could, pay a lot more attention to my option scanner because it was really, really producing. Yeah, EGLX is probably not showing up because it's either out of the price range that I like or it has changed. What is it here? Yeah, you may have changed because it's not meeting the requirements. It does 2,000 contracts is the minimum, so it's not meeting. Doesn't mean it's not a good trade. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, you made a lot. Yeah, you probably made a lot of changes. I'm sticking with this 2,000 contracts. I may not get that many, but that's just the way for me. That's just the way I'm going to use it. But like I say all the time, this is a template. You want to change that to something lower because you want more alerts. Yeah, go right ahead. You want to change that? This for me, this has to be 3 times normal. If you want it to be slightly less, go right ahead. Okay, guys, I mentioned RAD earlier, R-A-D. It's been holding 16 pretty well. Looks like it is trying. It's trying after a disaster Thursday earnings release and continuation on Friday. Continued down today, but you know what? It's trying to rebound. A lot of bottoming tails here. Maybe the sellers are getting a little bit exhausted. There is MRIN from my watch list. Let's see what it is doing. Yeah, just give me a moment, please. All right, guys, so I'm back. So notice here, I took this Perry. This is in the simulator at 2150. It's last at 20, but what I want you to pay attention to, like you to pay attention to, notice what it says here, the max P&L, 204. My open P&L right now is 197, so very, very close. Obviously, it's almost, if I click on Perry, it must be almost at the high of the day. Okay, so yeah, it's very, very close to the high of the day. So at this point, I'm just going to demonstrate what you can do. Okay, if I want to get out of this trade right now, these are some hotkeys. I can flatten the trade. Okay, and that'll get me out of the trade. Okay, so it took me out of the trade for a $180 profit. Okay, again, in the simulator. Now, I love to have my max P&L and my distance from exit price. I love these two columns. So right now this is telling me, okay, had I got out while I was in this trade at the absolute max that I could have, it would have been up $204. Obviously, to close out a trade and you've made 180, I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty darn close to the max. However, the distance from the exit price now will be the other key metric, because one of the things when you start trading is, you're always going to say this to yourself: why did I get out too early, or why did I get out too soon, or why didn't I get out earlier because it started to move down, etc., etc. This gives you a bit of an idea, looking at the max P&L and the distance from the exit price, how good are your exits. Okay? Now, in a more dramatic sense, if my max P&L had been $204, and when I got out of the trade, I got out for, say, $50, that wouldn't have been a very good exit, right? Okay, you wouldn't want to see, if your max is 200 and by the time you got out you only made 50, you wouldn't want to see that. Conversely, though, right now, this distance from the exit price, when you get out of a trade, what you don't want to see here is a big positive number, okay? Because this is telling you that, okay, when you got out of the trade, right now, this is 18 cents above where I got out. I mean, that's not terrible. What you really want to see is a big negative number. That'll tell you, wow, I got out, pretty much when I should have. So, in practicing trading, these three columns here can really kind of help you determine how good are your exits. Just a minute, please. All right, guys. Now, after having said all that, look at Perry, guys. Perry actually now just showed up in the option scanner. What do you think, Gray? Dreamer? I just have to be awfully careful, guys. I mean, when you come into this room, there's a big disclaimer, okay? So I have to be really careful. I cannot say things like everybody should be in gray. All I can do is point out what I see, and if it makes sense to your trading plan, then you take the trade. If it doesn't, you don't take the trade. Let's see. Is the audio choppy or is it just Cosmin? I'm hoping it's just Cosmin. All right, there you go, Cosmin. So what I would do is just do a refresh. If you've already done a refresh several times, I'm not sure how I can help you. So again, guys, look at Perry. I mean, look how much room it's got on the monthly chart. The same on the weekly, probably the same on the daily. So I mean, this has room. Let's see if it settles down just a little bit. Okay, for Perry. That came from the option scanner. Look left. Yes, my famous words, look left. So again, if you're new to trading, I mean, this you'll hear me say this all the time. You know, in fact, somebody last week, I think it was Bolsano. I think it was Bolsano. I don't know if he's in the room. He said, "Well, you're an intraday trader. Why do you pay so much attention to the daily and the weekly and the monthly charts?" Well, the reason being is that yeah, I'm basically an intraday trader. Yes, I don't swing trade that much, but everything that I see is either making a new high for the day or a new low for the day. So I'm not worried then about intraday resistance. So that's why I'm always looking at the daily, weekly, monthly chart and looking left to see, okay, you're at a high for today. Where could you keep going without encountering resistance on these higher time frames? It's almost that simple. So if I see a big gap, big void, whatever you want to call it, then I get really interested. And so that's why I'm looking, even though I'm an intraday trader, I want to see how far could a stock keep going before it hits some resistance on the higher time frames. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going. Yeah, forget the coming soon. I wish they got rid of that. Okay, Bill? Coming soon can mean, yeah, I apologize. I wish I got rid of that. So this is the one I did short earlier, and I got knocked out for a little loss. I could have had a nice little scalp pop on it. It looks like it wants to come down now. Well, it's in the plans, but the biggest problem is the API, okay, and getting the data the way we have to have the data. So, that's why they thought it would be really simple, but it is not. So. Let's put it this way. We have marketing meetings every Tuesday and Thursday. The topic of TDA has not come up for a long time. So that should tell you something. It's not that we don't want to. I mean, we know it's very popular and all, but it's just, there is a problem getting that data correctly. Oh, sorry about that, guys. Just a little distraction, internal discussion going on. Look at AMC, guys. AMC is still kind of rocking here a bit. All right, WTT coming in the basic new highs. WTT on the move. Why? Let's take a look. Look at the wow. Look at the volume coming in. Look at the volume coming into WTT. And what's the float? Low float. Is there any specific news? I do not see any specific news for it. Not yet anyway. But look at the volume coming in. And look left. What do we see? So the next high, there was a high of about 306 on that weekly chart, monthly. So now let's back the weekly out a little bit more. I mean, we have to go back to 2020. Let's go back on the monthly chart. You know, I mean, I don't think there's very much resistance, guys. I mean, I'm going back to 2017. Hasn't seen levels like that. So there, to me, there's just really no resistance. I'm not saying to take the trade immediately. I'm just saying, you know, it's looking really interesting going forward anyway. Somebody asked about WNW. WNW. I know that was pretty active last week. WNW. Yeah, it's still pretty active. I mean, there's a huge topping tail there. I mean, the buyers had it all the way up here, and then the sellers took over. So, you know, at this point, I mean, the sellers look like they're in control for a while anyway. I don't see any news on it, so all right, guys. So Perry kind of resting here. You know, my thoughts are, I mean, it's got the room, so let's keep an eye on Perry and see, you know, get some volume and starts moving it higher. I mean, it's already up 18%. This is Israeli stock. Well, something's putting a charge into WTT also. I don't know what it is. I don't see any specific news on it. WTT, no specific news on it that I can see. Hey guys, give me a moment, please, okay? I'll be right back. I think he was talking about. I think he's talking about MRN. Real. I may be wrong. I think he's talking about it. MRIN. not Perry. I see you deleted that. Now, one thing I don't. Okay. Maybe he doesn't like the press release, but you know what? We just trade what we see, guys. That's all we do. I never get too upset. Well, I don't get too upset about anything in terms of why a stock is moving when you can't see anything. You just got to trade it. Yeah, awesome short on the CVM. Obviously, that news. Oh, crazy 5-minute action here. Yeah, definitely some mixed signals here. Okay, right there, 519. Yeah, so we had that little mixed signals on the MRIN on the 2-minute, but there was a signal right there, 523 on the long. There was on the short side, so you had to wait a little bit. And there's the cross above, and that happened on the scanner reel. Yeah, you got to trade it. I mean, the gray guys. I mean, you got to trade it. Okay, you just can't. You can't just think that a stock is just going to keep going higher and higher and higher. I missed this one from the AI. Not too bad, guys. If you have the AI SNR, wow, what a jump here. Yeah, I don't see any. Okay, Ventus to buy new senior investment. So it looks like there's some kind of a financing that was done for in a $2.3 billion deal. All stock. Yeah, so there was news on this one. I'm talking, when I say this one, I'm talking about SNR. SNR. Yeah, I know a lot of people use the 13. Whatever works, Bobby. Whatever works. All right, guys. I will be right back. What time is it? 11:14. Give me about 3 minutes. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. Keep an eye on RAD, guys. I know I keep mentioning this one, but this RAD looks like it wants to have a little bit of a pop. Is it 100%? Of course not, but okay, Mike. Yeah, yeah. How about giving a little like, some likes, in our YouTube room, guys, if you feel that way. I don't often try to emphasize that, but it helps. All right, guys. Let's see. WTT. Yeah, I mean this is really. How about the ASPs? Let's say that very, very carefully. ASPs. What is it doing? All right, guys, let's see. Yeah, so the SNR, the AI, yeah, it did okay. Pretty tight target. All right, guys, so you see SNR, so it was an alert from the AI a little bit earlier, and now it is showing up the option scanner, SNR, showing up in the option scanner. So look left, what do we see? 835, so it's obviously above that high. 869, it's above that high. That's going back to 2018. So, really this doesn't have too much resistance. Bit of a struggle right now for Perry. See if it holds that 22 mark. Well, guys, this is why you got to trade them, okay? I mean, look at gray. I mean, look. However, what did I say? I thought it might. I mean, there was the high right there. 697, what did it get to? 680. I mean, it got fairly close to that high. I mean, that is, all you could probably expect is it to get right to that high and then stop. So it got within, 17 cents, and then that's when it stopped. But the market is certainly not helping. Now, a lot of these things are, what we call alpha stocks, are kind of trading on their own. They don't care too much what the market's doing. But the market is certainly trending down. I mean, we do have this disconnect. We've got tech up, and we've got the growth stocks versus value. Yeah, he's kidding. He always kids about that, William. You know, you get some seemingly horrible news, and it seems to pop the stock or pop the spy. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a look at her. Actually, just give me a moment here. I just have to make sure our pets are doing okay with this heat. So definitely not acting the same way. Well, I figure 100 is pretty high. Anyway, okay, what else is happening here? SNR. So what did SNR do? Just taking a look at NTLA. So actually, I mean, it did drop from 1.4. I mean, it's a big drop, but it's trying to recover somewhat. NTLA. I mean, they had some pretty astonishing news. It's early though, obviously incredibly early, but you know, with this gene therapy, etc. Maximus, MMS, so MMS open, yeah. Boy, a big drop here. All right, for Perry, right now, I have to stick a price alert up here. I mean, it may be over, but I'm going to stick a price alert up here. See if it takes that out later on. Well, this SNR looks really interesting. I mean, it's a big, actually, it's not a big float. I mean, I thought it was going to be several hundred million, but it's not. 76 times, or sorry, 76 million in the float, 40 times normal volume. This does not trade very much. You can see that. And here's a look at the daily volume bar right there compared to all the previous ones. So it does not trade very much. All right, guys, my headset just died on me, so just give me a moment here. Okay. All right, let me take a look. I don't use the web-based version at all, Piano Man, but let me just see if I can load it and see what you're talking about. I mean, it should have there. How many trades do you see? Well, when you say how do you use it, I mean, I don't know what you mean by that exactly. I mean, here are the three. Here are the trades. How do you use it is going to be up to you. You're talking about the AI. Are you talking about the AI in our web-based version? Is that what you mean? Or are you talking just in general? How? Okay, I asked two questions. Sorry. I've been asked the first question. Are you just talking about how to, so just using the AI in our web-based version. Is that what you mean? Let me, first of all, let me see if I can load it and see, make sure it is the same. Okay. Just give me a moment here. I'm just going to load it. Okay, so this is what I see, and this is exactly the same as in the app. We have the same GBT, SNR, and SOFI. I'm just talking with somebody in our YouTube room. So I don't know what you mean by how to use it. I mean, it is exactly the same. How you're going to trade these is up to you. If that's what you mean. I mean, I can't tell you, well, this is how you trade them. You know, but I mean, it's exactly the same with an entry and a stop. How you're going to trade them is up to you. So when you say not showing the trades, here they are. This is in the Omni. This is all Omni mean is that it's all three of these, okay? And it's exactly the same. So I don't know if I've answered your question or not, but No, there'll never be a Mac version. Okay. I mean, I hate saying never, but I'm almost guaranteed there'll never be a Mac version. Um, if you want, I'm just going to pop this podcast that was done a few months ago, but it's by a couple of guys who use Trade Ideas. Use Macs. They work for Trade Ideas. Michael Noss, one of them, and Sean. They put on that podcast. So there is a way in which you can use, if you're willing to use an emulator or something like Amazon Web Services, AWS, something like that, then you can actually use the app, the downloadable application. Otherwise, you'll have to use the web-based version to access Trade Ideas. All right, guys, I'm just looking at Rad. It doesn't look like it really does want to start to fill in a little bit of that void, so I'm just going to forget about that one. Yeah, Parallels. I think Parallels is probably the most popular emulator. There are obviously other ones, but I think that's what I hear the most in terms of an emulator. If you have a Mac and you want to use this the downloadable application that we have. Yeah, Gray is trying to come back a little bit here. All right, so now you see what we've got here. The Perry 40. Now, at one point it was positive, but where I got out of this demonstrating, this is 44 cents now underneath where I got out of it. So you'd like to see that. Keep an eye on RSLS, guys. RSLS is trying to have a little bit of a pop here. This, of course, was way up here, 852 pre-market. Had a move after hours, and then a big pop. Let's just see what the news is. Okay, some fund armistice with disclosed a 50% stake. Yeah, I don't know anything about them, Ija. And look, guys, no earnings plays, 0. Now, we're getting closer. Let me just type Alcoa. We're getting closer. So July 21st. So in about 3 weeks, earnings season will really start again, okay? And if I were to show you this a month from now, both of these would be full. Earnings plays up and earnings plays down. Nothing happening right now. All right, guys, it's getting close to my break time. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put the YouTube link. So if you want to head over there while I have my break. And I just want to confirm that it's going to be Sean. So those of you who like to trade options, Sean is more of an option player. So you can pick his brain about options and stuff if you want. I mean, it doesn't have to be just options, but he happens to be more of an options player. Okay. Okay, just a minute, please. You know, this SNR could get really sneaky good. I mean, there's really no resistance. All right, just a minute, please, guys. I'll be right back. Okay. The cat's name is Monita. Somebody asked in the YouTube room. All right, guys. Just want to confirm that is Sean, and the answer hasn't got back to me yet. Trying to what? Quit both trading and smoking? Well, man, I missed this one. I mean, look at this from my watch list. 586, 709 now. Wow. That was a nice one. Let's see what happened to Mankind. I don't think Mankind did very much. 516. Yeah, you know what? I mean, it's not terrible. I mean, it's just sort of resting here. And what happened to ITRM? 238. And it is at So, you know, I mean, this is, I mean, it's not unbelievable, but 238, what did it get up to? 252. But certainly the MRIN from my watch list, awesome. All right, guys, Perry coming back. So got a little bit below that VWAP, 2144. Got down to what, 2127 or so. 2126, and then it bounced. So now let's see if it takes out 22 again. You've been talking about that DNMR. I sort of recall you were talking about that. Yeah, on a short, obviously from the tops here, and at the VWAP 2638. So it's just a little bit below. All right, guys. Next is this Kumu. When I say next, option scanner. So, but you know, we're in chase mode a little bit right now in the 5s, not as much on the 2s, but so let's look left. Look left. What do we see? 350. 350 is the next high looking left. I mean, that could sort of stall it. I wish that weren't there. All right, guys, sorry about that. There's an internal discussion taking place. All right, guys. Well, SNR is on the move. It is on the move. A little bit of an inch up here. What did it do in the pre-market? Got up to 903. There's the pre-market high. What time was that? That was right at 9 o'clock. Let's see if we can take that out. And, I mean, there's no real resistance. Just the key, take out 9 for the SNR. Okay, there goes the Q move, but wow, so extended on the 15s. Look at that. It means straight up on the 15s. 1, 2, 3, almost the same size. Oh, so it is a buyout. Okay. Thank you, Ori. Just trying to see if there's any news for Q move. Don't see any news today. There was some news on the 24th, terming out with Birmingham County Football Association to empower player engagement through video on demand. All right. Well, this is a big move now. Q move. That's a big move. 340 was the alert. I mean, it's only 351, but I mean, hey, I mean, if it gets through this, I mean, you got 4 is the next area. Boy, this is really moving. Q, U, M, U. I'm not in this one, but this is really moving. Well, shoot, well, you know, I mean, just because I look at a chart and I think there might be some resistance, I mean, doesn't mean it is going to happen, but this was definitely a tremendous one. Looking at it now, 340, 361, or whatever it got up to, that's a great percentage move. That's what I'm talking about right there, 340. And it is shortable. That's why Real is talking about it. It is shortable, way above the channel, I'm sure. And I don't see any news on it other than on the 24th. I'm really watching this Kumu for a short, guys. QUMU. See if it pause. It looks like it's trying to pause right here. All right, you guys were talking about BTX. I know Zach was talking about BTX. Let's take a look at it. Yeah, I mean, what a lot of room it has. Here's the high over here, 2168, so it's above that. So now, I mean, this has got a shot to get into this area here. Probably not happen today. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement here. It is 11:57. Okay, it's usually when I ask, make sure who's going to be handling YouTube between 12 and 1, I get a response. I haven't had a response yet from Sean. I'm sure he's going to be there, but I'm just going to put my announcement here. Of course, I can't go unless I'm sure he's going to be taking over. Oh, there he is. Okay. Okay, so you can hear me. Does that mean you're streaming now, Sean? I think that means that. Oh, okay, great. Okay, Sean, I see you there. Thanks. Have a good time between 12 and 1. I will stop the stream right now.
What is happening, ladies and gentlemen? We will get started with the live Q&A here in just a minute. Thanks for passing it over, Barry. Hope you had a great weekend. We will get started here in just a minute. Please stand by. All right, everybody, it's the top of the hour. I hope everyone's doing well. Hope everybody had a great weekend. I know I did. Got invited to a last minute, I got a last minute ticket from my neighbor to go to Red Rocks last night to see a concert. It was amazing to be back, seeing live music again at a amazing venue. It rained like buckets for the first hour of the show. So that wasn't fun, but otherwise, great night, great music, great time. World is getting back to normal. Anyway, that's not why you're here. You're here for the Trade Ideas live Q&A. So for the next hour, I'll be your host. I'm here to take your questions. Any questions you have software related about the software, I will do my best to answer them. My standard disclaimer I make at the beginning of every Monday Q&A session is that I don't know the answer to everything, but I do know enough to be dangerous, and I could certainly point you in the right direction for anything I don't know. So if you are a first timer here, or if you're new to Trade Ideas and you're still kicking the tires and learning your way around the software, this is a great place to ask questions. If you need help building a layout, if you need help building a top list, understanding how top lists and alert windows work. If you want to talk about the Holly AI, we can do that. We can do anything you want. It's up to you. Sorry, I'm getting pinged back channel from other people here. So while I wait for... Oh, Kevin, I see your question there. Who's playing? I saw Widespread Panic last night. Day 4 of their 4-day set at Red Rocks. It was my first ever Widespread Panic show, full disclaimer. I had never seen them before, but that was fun. It was a lot of fun last night. Anyway, so while I wait for questions to come in on the software, I'll do what I always do on Mondays. I like to review my open swing trades that you see right here in my Brokerage Plus window. These are swing trades that I put on, and before everybody gets excited about this open P&L, this is the simulated trader. You can see it right here, connected to Trade Ideas Simulated Trading. I'm demoing the simulated trader for our customers and showing you how this works. And the beauty is once you figure out how to use the simulator, you can connect it to a live Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account, and you could send live orders from this platform direct to your trading account, and it would be the exact same workflow as the simulator. So once you get cool with the simulator, transitioning to live trading is easy peasy, as they say. But as you can see here, I got about 10 open positions, or maybe 12, which if you've been coming to these Q&As every week for the last several months, this is probably the fewest number of long positions I've had on at any one time in quite a while. We got shaken out of a lot of positions over the last few weeks during some recent market volatility. That's one reason. Number two, that I haven't had a whole lot of opportunities to add new trades. I just haven't seen any that I've liked. That's number two. Number three, I was also on vacation for about 5 days, so I didn't put any trades on while I was on vacation. I wasn't here last week, for instance, on Monday. If you were here last week, we had Chris Varley fill in for me. I trust he did an amazing job. Chris is one of those guys that just always does an amazing job, so I trust he did last Monday. Anyway, so these are my open positions, and I'll just cycle through them real quick as I like to do. I'm just going to, from the top down, all my positions are sorted by my open P&L. So QFin is the trade I have on right now that's performing the best. And if you've never seen this before, on my daily chart, you can see where my resting stop loss order is sitting right now below the market. And if my stop loss order were to get hit, I would walk away with approximately $1,500 profit. That's what that says right there. I'm currently sitting in $2,200 of open profits. But if my stop loss were to get hit, I'd walk away with 15. Still really good trade. But I want to move my stop loss order up. I like to trail my stops behind the price action, and I like to set it behind levels of obvious support. And right now I'm looking at the lows that were etched last week. Or was that early last week or the end of 2 weeks ago? That looks like some pretty obvious support there. So I'm just going to check this out. All I need to do is just grab this line, drag it up. And now my stop loss order is working at that level. For some reason, it always toggles back and forth. There we go. And you can see now, if my stop loss order were to get hit, I'd walk away with approximately $1,900 profit. I say approximate because look, the real world, there's slippage, right? I might not get out at exactly the price of $39.78. Maybe my fill will be at $39.77, right? So that'll impact my P&L ever so slightly. But as a swing trader on a longer time frame, slippage is a cost to do in business that I'm more than happy to use or to deal with. So all right, QFin. Now let's just move on to the next one. LSPD. This thing's had quite a run over the last couple of weeks. I'm going to move my stop loss order up a little bit. I don't have an obvious level of support, but there was some upward resistance over here a few weeks ago, so we'll kind of lean against that as the new level of support. And guys, you've heard me say this before, but there's no science behind where I put my stop loss orders. I'm a very visual trader, which is why I love this feature, being able to just drag and drop my stop loss orders, because I'm just looking for obvious levels of support on charts. Okay? I'm not looking to overthink it. I'm not looking for any type of precision here. I just want to lock in some profits or reduce potential losses. In this case, my stop loss is still at my original stop loss level where I would lose $200, which is how I size my positions. I don't like to risk more than $200 in my capital. This horizontal blue line up here, that shows where I entered. That's my price. So right now I'm sitting on what, $300 plus of open profits. I don't want to let those $300 turn into a loser. So I'm just going to drag my stop loss order up to break even approximately. And that's where my new stop loss order is. So pretty easy to do here when I don't have a whole lot of positions on, but same process. I will go through all my open positions every Monday and drag and drop stop loss orders where necessary. Some I won't move, like this one. This one doesn't need to be moved. That stock is just kind of doing what it's doing. We'll just let it form a new support level. Same here. Imagine both of these last two stocks aren't going to need much. Yep, okay. So there we go. I'm now up to date on my swing trades. Was that easy? Guys, it's so easy. It's so easy. I know a lot of people come to Trade Ideas and are much more interested in day trading. I know that. I get that. I mean, our tools are spectacular for active intraday traders. But me, I've been a trader for 23 years, and I just don't have the energy to be a day trader anymore. I don't have the bandwidth. I don't have the time. Right? Busy all day with Trade Ideas and other stuff. It's just I can't day trade the way I used to day trade. The way I know how to day trade. It takes too much energy, too much time, too much focus, which I don't have. So I swing trade, and I use the Holly AI as my bullpen for good swing trade ideas. I don't trade every trade that Holly does. For those of you who don't know, Holly is our artificial intelligence engine that you can find on our channel bar. If you're a premium subscriber, you will be able to see you'll see data on these channels. I'll bring one up here. This is the Holly Neo channel. So far, Holly Neo has done 4 trades. 2 are still currently open. This JKS and this Sophie short. I had a long trade in Sophie that I just had to exit today because it's not going my way. And Holly's right. She's like, got to be short this thing. I was long, but I've been long for several weeks on this thing, and it hasn't worked out. And anyway, and here are the 2 trades that have closed so far today. A long trade in SNR, a short trade in GBT. Anyway, all these Holly trades, for those of you who don't know, these are all intraday trades. Okay, the Holly AI as constructed is currently in service of day trading. It will not hold any trades overnight. However, I've built a custom layout here. You'll find it here in my channel bar. Up here in the middle, see where it says AI Swings. This is a custom channel that I have built that I use every day when I consider putting on long swing trades. Now, I prefer, as a swing trader, I prefer to trade from the long side. I'm not saying you can't make money as a short side swing trader. In fact, I know a lot of people who make very good money taking short trades on a swing time frame. But for me, my comfort level, I like to trade on the long side. Just for me, it's a philosophical thing. A stock can go up an unlimited amount. It could go up 100%, 200%, 500%. A short trade you can only gain 100% on that trade. When I say only, it's not like only 100% is a bad return. I mean, it's a fantastic return. But a stock can only go to 0, and then what? So I just like having long trades. I like having the possibility for a 200% gain, a 300% gain. They're rare. I don't have them very often, but if you get 1 or 2 of those a year, that's all it takes to make your year, right? So I like to trade on the long side. And so every day, I usually do this in the end of the trading day, usually in the last hour, because by then Holly's gotten into all the trades that she will get into. I've got a little window right here, AI strategy trades window. It's showing me all the trades across all 3 Holly channels in one place, but I'm only seeing the long trades. You see my filter here, I got it set to only show the long strategies. Because again, I'm a swing trader who likes to trade on the long side, so I only want to see the long trades. And so far, she's only done 2 today, 2 long trades, and these are them. And so what I do every afternoon is, you can see I got 4 charts across the top. Same stock, just different time frames. So starting at the left here, I got a monthly time frame, then a weekly, then a daily, and then a 5-minute, right? Really what I'm paying attention to is just these first 2 charts, the monthly and weekly time frame. As a swing trader who likes to trade on the long side, I want the wind in my sails. I want a trend to be my friend, as they say. And so I'm looking for stocks that have a monthly and a weekly chart that's, going up and to the right. This chart here, I mean, yeah, there was a big move a few months back, but, we're kind of right back in the middle of the range here on the longer time frame. Same on the weekly chart. So this is not a stock I would put a swing trade on, okay? I'm looking for stocks that are going up and to the right. Now, this weekly chart looks pretty good, but in the context of the bigger picture, this stock is still in a long downtrend. So far today, no trades, nothing I'm interested in buying as a swing trade. But we still have several hours left in the trading day. I'll come back here in the last hour and see what it looks like. And if there's any trades I like, I will put them on. All right, I see a couple questions came in. Ken's asking, can you share your cloud link for the swing trading layout? Yes, I can. If you like this layout, you're more than welcome to use it. I can share the cloud link with you. And for those of you who've never seen that you could share links to individual windows. Let's say you've built an alert window or a top list and you want to share it with a friend, or you want to ask somebody if they would share it with you. You can share a cloud link and then upload it on your own machine. So if I wanted to save this layout and share it with Ken, what I would do is I would go to my TI menu bar up here, okay? I would go to File. I would hit Save or Share to Cloud, all right? And because I'm doing the entire layout, I just click this entire layout button right here. That checks all the boxes. This is for all the windows that are open. I'll call this Sean's AI Swings Layout. Give it a name. And then I'm going to hit Save and Share. And that's going to give me this ugly URL here, this long URL. Don't pay any attention to what it is. It doesn't matter. Just hit Copy All. And now I'm going to paste it here in the channel, or in the Q&A box here. Ken, Sean's layout. I've pasted it in there. And now if you can, or anyone else wants to open that layout, what you'll need to do is you will need to copy that link. Well, just click on the link, okay? And it's going to open up this. Oops, did I do the wrong thing? Hold on. I'm doing this in different windows, so I apologize for this. Okay, it looks like I can't do it. I can't demonstrate it for you. Sorry, guys. But you'll just want to click on that link there. It's going to open up a web browser, all right? And then just copy that entire long URL that appears in your web browser. When you've got that long URL, just go to your TI menu bar, go to File, Load from Cloud, right there, and then just paste it in. You would paste it in kind of right in here, but I don't know why this is doing this weird thing. Disregard what I've got here. But when you have that cloud link, just pass it in right there and click load, and it will load up on your screen. So Brian is asking, what time frame do I enter swing trade on and exit? I'm not quite sure I understand your question. I mean, my expectation when I put the trade on is I'm hoping I'm going to hold that trade for several weeks or several months. And that means it's working. But my stop loss levels, I always put my stop loss levels at 5% away. So if it's a $100 stock, my stop loss is going to be 95. Now, that's not the smartest way to use stop loss. I mean, smarter traders than me will probably use some kind of volatility-based stop loss level. Common one is to use ATR, average true range, like a 2 ATR stop. That's pretty common. But I just use a 5% away just because, again, I'm just looking for the big trades. I'm not looking for the perfect trades. I'm just looking to catch the big trends. And a trade that I get in with a 5% stop loss, I'm going to catch the big trends. I'm going to get stopped out of some things maybe early, and that's okay. But those are probably trades I didn't want anyway. My friend Peter Brandt would always tell me that the best trades start working right away. You know, over hundreds of thousands of trades over his career, he has seen it. I have seen it too, where the best trades, the ones that are your biggest winners, they always worked right away. I mean, I should say always, but 99% of the time, they worked right away. The ones that, you know, took their time getting out of the gate, you know, had some vicious volatility, those trades typically don't work out. There's a reason for that. So my time frame, to finish my thought there, Brian, my time frame is I'm looking for stocks that are in prolonged uptrends. So I'm looking at the monthly and the weekly charts. I want the monthly and the weekly charts to be up and to the right. Like let's just pull up this QFIN right here. So this is a trade I've been in for several weeks now. You can see I got in on my daily chart. You can see I got in on May 20th. It also says it here in my positions window. It says entry time, May 20th. So I've been in this thing for 2 months now? No, 1 month. Feels like 2 months. Been in this for a while. But look at the monthly chart. It's up and to the right. Look at the weekly chart. Up and to the right. These are the types of stocks I want to get into. I want the trend to be my friend. That's number one. And number two, the reason why I'm picking these stocks from among the trades that Holly does is because, look, if you've been in this business for any length of time like I have, I've been trading since 1998, so 23 years. You know in your bones, if you've been doing it long enough, that you need an edge to trade. You need a statistical edge. And it doesn't matter if that edge is only 51.49% in your favor. That's a small edge, but that's an edge that you can win with, as long as you have enough opportunities to execute against that edge. Okay? If I have a 51.49 edge and I could execute against that edge 1,000 times a day, yeah, I'm going to make some money. Not a lot of money, but I'm going to make some money. Okay? So with Holly, with that thinking in the background there, with Holly, my thinking is Holly got into these trades intraday for a reason. She saw a trigger that she liked. The stock maybe printed an all-time high, or had a crossed a key moving average, or bounced with volume. Like there's 100 reasons why Holly will get into a trade, but whatever that reason is, that catalyst we call it, that catalyst doesn't expire at 4 p.m. Eastern when the market closes. That's just an artificial constraint we've placed on the platform and service of day trading. That catalyst, if I'm lucky, has the potential to move a stock for several days or several weeks. And so with that in mind, I know that this is an edge. I can't quantify whether it's 51.49 in my favor, 60.40 in my favor, 75.25. I don't know. I don't know that math. I'm not that smart. But there is an edge. I've seen it. I've been trading these swing trades from Holly for over 2 years now. And I'm telling you, it works. Excuse me. Quick sneeze there. Sorry about that. Might have been all the rain I stood in last night. Anyway, so that's how I use Holly for swing trading. If you are a swing trader, if you're someone who doesn't want to stare at the screens all day long and watch every tick and micromanage every position, you might consider day trading. Or I'm sorry, you might consider swing trading. And look, it doesn't matter where you get your ideas from. You don't have to use Holly to swing trade. You can come up with your own strategies, and that's fine. But I like using Holly because it takes a lot of the work out of it for me. I have that added bit of confidence knowing that the AI has identified an edge that may be in existence here. And the more trades that I can execute against, the more I realize the edge over time. And also, it's a numbers game too, right? I mean, look at the open P&L of these trades I have right now. I got $2,100 of open profit in QFIN. I got $1,100 in LSPD, another $1,100 in IMAB, and then a few more. And look at the size of my losses. They're tiny in comparison, right? I risk no more than $200 of my capital on any one trade. So when you look at this QFIN, you're seeing, I mean, I'm up $2,100. I'm up $2,100 on a trade that I only risked 200. So right now I'm sitting on 10 to 1 reward to risk, right? That's the name of the game, folks. When you're a swing trader, you got to have the big winners. Because at the end of the let's say a year or 2 years, you're going to look at it back at all your trades and you might have done 500 trades over 2 years, right? Well, if you dug into the numbers, you would probably find that 450 of those 500 trades ended up being a net wash. You had a bunch of small losers, you had a bunch of small winners. They all just kind of offset each other. There's 50 trades out of those 500. There might be 50 trades that account for all of your profits, okay? Maybe it's 40 of trades. Maybe it's 20, okay? But I promise you, you'll have a few big winners, and those are the trades that make your numbers work. But of course, that only works if you don't take any large losers, right? Again, I'm only risking $200 per trade, so I'm never taking losses more than $200. I shouldn't say never. If a stock gaps through my stop loss level, I might lose more than $200. Hopefully not much more than $200. But I can't control that. Neither can you. But for all intents and purposes, my stop losses or my losing trades do not exceed $200. But every once in a while, I'll get this $2,000 winner, a $3,000 winner, a handful of $1,000 winners, and that makes the math work. That's how swing trading is supposed to work. And in fact, you know what? It's not just limited to swing trading. I mean, that's true on all time frames. If you're a day trader or if you're a long-term investor, you're going to have lots of small winners and small losers. Sorry, tongue-tied there. You're going to have a lot of small winners and a lot of small losers. As long as you don't take the big losers, that's the big no-no. As long as you don't have the big losers and you get the occasional big winner, you're going to be A-okay on any time frame. So Piano Man, I hope I answered your question there. You were asking me how I use the AI for swing tradings. I think I just covered it pretty well there. Let me know if you have any more questions. Ken says, I'm looking to swing trade given that I'll be under the PDT restriction. Yes, so if you're under the PDT restriction, which for those of you who don't know, PDT stands for Pattern Day Trade Rule. Our fine congressmen and congresswomen years ago decided that if you have less than $25,000 in your account, then you're not qualified to be a day trader. I don't know why they made that value assessment. Anyway, it is what it is, and we can't change it. So if you have less than $25,000 in your account in the US, you're not allowed to be a day trader. So for people like you, Ken, then swing trading is absolutely a great path to go, because as long as you buy a stock on one day and you don't sell it on the same day, you can sell it the next day, then you're A-okay. You're totally fine. The regulators are fine with that. And so swing trading fits that bill. And look, like I said, I enter most of my trades at the end of the day anyway. So I'm entering at the end of the day. So even if I get stopped out quickly, it's unlikely, very unlikely it's going to happen in the same day. Rarely do I get stopped out in the same week, but occasionally it happens. But that won't, anyone who's a pattern day trader or subject to the pattern day trading rules will not be impacted by that rule at all. So Brian, you're swinging the strength alerts. Fantastic. That's a good segue. Let's, for those of you who aren't aware of the Strength Alerts channel, found in your channel bar, you can see it down here at the bottom of my page. I'm going to click on this real quick. This is the newest product that we launched, it's a few months ago now. But this is a fantastic product for those of you who want to swing trade. All right. What this is if you're a Trade Ideas subscriber, if you subscribe to Trade Ideas, the Trade Ideas software, then you already have the Strength Alerts. You don't need to do anything extra. You just come to the Strength Alerts channel and you will see in this top list right here, let me minimize my Brokerage Plus window here. You will see in this window here, the 5 Strength Alerts picks for this week. Now, if you do not, I know there's some of you here who do not currently subscribe to Trade Ideas software, and that's cool. Welcome. We're glad you're here. But if you like these strength alerts, you can actually just subscribe to the Strength Alerts newsletter. It'll look a lot like this here. We put it here on the channel for the subscribers to see it, but you'll get an email that looks a lot like this, and it'll cover the trade rationale for each trade. You see here. And the charts, the relevant charts, and some directions on how to, or what we're looking at. So this will get emailed to you every Monday morning, or I actually think it comes out over the weekend. And you could just, if you're not subscribing to Trade Ideas software, you could just subscribe to this newsletter. It's $17 a month. It's a no-brainer because the performance of this has been great. So a little caveat. What this is we publish these new 5 stocks every week on the weekend, okay? It's just 5 stocks, and the stocks are arrived at via proprietary algorithms that are developed here by Trade Ideas. The brains behind this is my man Michael Noss at Bonpara, if you follow him on Twitter. So it is a proprietary algorithm, but what it has done, in fact, I'm going to put a little link here. Give me a sec. Where is it? I'm going to put a link in the questions panel. TI Strength. If you go to this link here, you'll see we published the performance of this. So we've got back-tested results going back 4 years plus another year of forward testing. So 5 years in total. And if you look at the performance that you see there, it's astounding. And the performance is based simply on this. Now let me tell, caveat. We don't tell you that this is the way you need to trade this. You can trade these strength alerts any way you want, okay? If you like to hold stocks for 1 or 2 days, you can do that. If you want to hold these trades for 2 or 3 months, you can do that. I mean, you got to do what's best for you as far as how you are comfortable with risk management and how you want to structure your trades. But I will tell you that the back-tested results that you see at that link that I put there in the questions panel, that performance is based on buying every Strength Alert stock on Monday morning at the opening bell and holding those 5 stocks no matter what, win or lose, all the way to the open of trading the following Monday. And then you close those trades that following Monday morning. Okay, so we bought these stocks on Monday morning at the open and closed them at the following Monday morning open, and then got into the new stocks. So we're constantly rotating every Monday morning from the old stocks into the new stocks. Win or lose, get out of the old ones, get into the new ones. Super simple. If you've got 5 minutes every weekend to load up your orders, to sell all your existing positions at the open and buy your 5 new ones at the open, that's all you have to do. And that's how you will match the performance that you see that we have on that link there. Now, again, we're not telling you that's the way you have to trade. You can trade it any way you want. But we're just showing you what your results would have been had you followed that simple exit and entry strategy that I just laid out for you. It's pretty astounding, the results. So Brian, the best entry, I mean, I can't tell you what the best entry is for the Swing Trades Alerts. I could just tell you what our numbers are based on, and they're based on just opening market order at the open Monday morning. Don't overthink it. Now, if you want to come up with your own ways to get in, maybe you want to see them print a new high first or something like that. Nothing wrong with that. That's great. That might even be better. You might even outperform. Okay, that's where you can add your own secret sauce and have your own ownership of it. But it's really nice to just have 5 stocks to watch each week. I mean, maybe that's just me. I like to keep things simple, guys. I used to be a super high frequency day trader back in the day, 20 years ago. I used to do hundreds, thousands of trades every day. But my mind cannot wrap around that kind of volume anymore. If I had a watch list of 5 stocks to watch each week, and those are the only names I'm going to trade, that's it for me right there. Mr. Hussein, if you go to that link there right above your question, I believe the returns are displayed there. I'm going to look on my side here. I'm in a different window, but yeah, you can see If you click that link, you'll see the performance. It's pretty amazing. You might have to scroll down a little bit, but you'll see the chart. I mean, over the time frame since, what was that? Sometime in 2016. Looks like middle of 2016 is when we started our back test. If you had just invested your money in the SPY, you'd be up a very nice, looks like around 55, 60%. That's a great return in 4 years. Well, if you had instead invested your portfolio equally weighted into the 5 ST strength alerts every week, right? You just put 20% of your portfolio into each name and then just kept rotating every week. Well, you would have earned over 200% during that same stretch that the S&P earned 50 or 55%. So you've outperformed the S&P 4-1 with very little work, paying very little in commissions. Maybe not paying any in commissions. Maybe you're doing this in a Robinhood account, right? It's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. For those of you who are looking for a low-touch way to get involved in the markets, highly recommend it. In fact, I don't know why I don't do it with my sons. My 7-year-old son has a little Robinhood account. I should probably do this with his money. I mean, why not? I mean, he's my son's killing it, by the way. It's hilarious. Like, it's just, no rhyme or reason. Well, there is a rhyme or reason. We do have some rules. It's things that we invest in, but he's accidentally killing it, and it's hilarious. We're small stakes, of course. We're talking like a $2,000 account. Not a whole lot of money, but he should maybe get him involved in this TI strength stuff. Be good for him. Anyway, folks, we're halfway through the trading session. I got about 25 minutes or so left with you. For those of you who joined late, I see there's 76 of you here with us right now. A few of you probably joined after I started. This is the live Q&A session. I'll be with you till the top of the hour. This is your chance to ask any questions of the software that you might have, anything that I can help you out with. If you're having trouble figuring things out, I'll do my best to answer your questions. So if you got a question, throw it in there. Don't be shy. I don't care if it's a super beginner level question or a super complicated question. We'll do our best, and everyone will benefit. All right, David, I see you to remind the new trader, when you say equally weighted, is it by share position, dollar amount, or risk amount? Good question, David. The way those performance numbers for the TI strength are reported, that was based on investing an equal amount of dollars per position. So let's just keep the math simple. Let's say you got a $10,000 account. No, let's keep it even simpler. Say you got a $5,000 account, okay? And there's 5 stocks to get invested into. We're buying $1,000 worth of each stock. So however many shares that buys, it doesn't matter how many shares it buys. It's the same dollar investment. So equally weighted means, in this case, equally weighted means same dollar invested per stock. At least that's how our performance results are published. Brian, I will adopt you. Do you come with a dowry? If so, let's talk. Also, if you could make it your way to Colorado, where I am, that would be the other sticking point. Okay, Kevin asks, trying to adjust fonts on scanners. You want to adjust the fonts to make them big and bold. Okay. Let's play around here, Kevin. I've never actually adjusted the fonts myself. I'm pretty sure we can do it. If you go in your TI menu bar, if you go to Tools, and then Options, and you come down to, it's right here under General, Font Size. Okay, you could change your font to something else. We're currently on 8. Let's change it to like 16 just to see what it looks like, see what happens. I've never actually done this myself, so full caveat. So I've just doubled my font size and made them bold. Let's hit save. Oh yeah, look at that. Well, not all of my fonts are larger, but some are larger. I can't even, this blew up my window here. Okay. So yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I'm not sure that's exactly what you want. but there are some things that are larger. Like for some reason, these numbers aren't larger here, but in your AI windows in your top list, they're bigger. But that's how you do it. You go to your TI menu bar, go to Tools, go to Options, and then you're in the General tab. You change your fonts right here. I'm gonna move these back to 8 and non-bold the way I had it before. That's the way I like it. And now we're back to normal, or I should say, my normal. Hope that answered your question, Kevin. That's the first time I've been asked that question, so cheers to you, my friend. First new question I've had in a while. Boy, this market's just been sleepy today, huh? If I pull up the SPY chart, I got a little fill the gap and kind of overshot at the open, and then we've just been chopping sideways all day. I have not put on a single trade yet today. That's not true. I exited that SoFi trade. I exited this stock. I was in an options position. I was long. I got long in this stretch of days over here, thinking that this recent IPO might break out. But soon after I got in, the market had other ideas, and so when this was Friday, this was my signal to get out. So I closed it this morning at the open. That's the only trade I've done today. Very slow day. Mr. Hussein, you cannot connect a Fidelity account with Trade Ideas at this time. The only brokerage it currently accepts live orders from Trade Ideas is Interactive Brokers or E-Trade. Those are your only two options right now. All right, so we've kind of hit a little lull in the action. Kevin's talking about some trades that are winning. Well, what do you got there? Workhorse. That's been a fun name over the last several months. And AVXL. Oops, AVXL. Can't type. Yeah, that's a good mover today. You know what I like to do, guys? Let me go to my layout here real quick. This might be something. If you guys are intraday traders, you might find these scans useful to you. I find them useful. I've got these two top lists right here on my right-hand side of my screen. These two. It's up mover since the open and the down mover since the open. So this is showing me the stocks ranked by the change since the opening print. Okay, so I don't care if it gapped, if it gapped higher. This stock might be up 40% on the day, but since the opening bell, since the first print, I mean, there it is, JKS. You could have bought this thing at the open, and you'd be up 21% since the open, right? That's a good looking trade. On the flip side, CVM, this thing, I don't know what the hell happened with this open, but this thing opened here and just cratered, got cut in half. It's down 53% since its first prints this morning. So I like to keep these top lists open here. These just show me where there's action. So even on a slow day, right? Today's a slow day, but I mean, wow, this is a big move. If you were short this thing from the open, or this JKS, if you got long somewhere after the open, you're having a good day in that one. So, as we like to say, there's always opportunity in any kind of market. Yeah, I mean, I was complaining that I've only done one trade today, but that's just me, right? That's just me on my time frame. But for those of you who are nimble, intraday traders, and you're looking for action, these top lists here can be very helpful. And all it really is, guys, is I've got a bunch of columns in here, but really I'm just using the change from open filter. So if I right click in this top list window, open up my configure window and go to my window specific filters tab, let's hide unused. I'm not even using that. I'm using it in my columns. I've added this change from the open percent filter as a column. And that's what I'm sorting on. Biggest on top. See, biggest on top, change from the open. So all that's doing is just showing me all the stocks sorted by the biggest change from the open. And I love that. Shows me where the action is. Got Jamie from Trade Ideas hitting me up back channel talking about MicroStrategy. This is a big mover today. If you guys follow me on Twitter, my handle on Twitter is @ChicagoSean, and I tweeted this morning about this MicroStrategy. I'm wondering out loud, like, is this a stock that no longer trades on the company's fundamentals? It's actually just trading like a Bitcoin ETF, because for those of you who don't know the backstory, the CEO of this company last year decided to put a lot of the company funds into Bitcoin. And so I'm just wondering, is this thing just trading off of the performance of Bitcoin now, and nobody even cares about the underlying business? I mean, according to the profile here, MicroStrategy engages in the provision of enterprise analytics and mobility software. Yes, that might be what they do, but it seems like all they're trading on right now is the value of Bitcoin, the value of its Bitcoin holdings. Crazy times we live in, ladies and gentlemen. All right, folks, so we got 20 minutes left, a little less than 20 minutes, maybe closer to 15 minutes. So please, if you're sitting on anything that you're confused about on Trade Ideas, anything that I might be able to help you with, please don't be shy. Type your questions in. I don't care if it's a beginner, super beginner level question or something more advanced. There's 68 of you here logged in, watching me, listening to me right now. There's going to be somebody who will benefit from the answer to whatever question you have. So don't be shy. If we get some dead air here, it's because I'm waiting on you guys. I got some music playing in the background. I don't know if you can hear it, but that's what you hear. I'll finish my coffee as I wait. Mr. Hussein, good question. Do we have to subscribe separately for the strength alerts even if you have a premium account? No, you do not, Mr. Hussein. Anyone who is a Trade Ideas subscriber to Trade Ideas software, if you have access to the software, like what you're seeing on my screen right now, then you have strength alerts included in your subscription. All you do is just go to the strength alerts channel in your channel bar, and you will see not only the actual stocks right here in this top list, the actual stocks that are the 5 stocks of the week, but you will also, in this little window here, I'll drag it over here so it's easier to see. You'll also have this window, which essentially is the exact same email that the standalone subscribers pay for. They get this email, okay? So if all you want is the TI strength alerts, if that's all you're here for, you actually don't even need a subscription to the Trade Ideas software. All you can do is just get the email for $17 a month. You can just get this email right here delivered to your inbox every weekend, okay? So we kind of added this as a lightweight way for people to get involved in Trade Ideas without having to use the software. Because look, I mean, the truth of the matter is, the software is not for everybody, right? You might not need it. You might not need all the power and all the functionality that Trade Ideas software offers. You might just love this idea of the strength alerts, and that's all you need. And great. Well, we have it for you. Hi, Sukanya. Hope I said that name right. I just signed up last week. Super beginner. Questions will come once I upload the AI program. Only trade on your phone right now. Thank you for your support. Well, thank you. I guess I didn't need to read that out loud because you were just saying thank you, and thank you. Yes, we do these, Sukanya. If you're new here, it sounds like you are. We do these Q&A sessions every trading day at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Every trading day at noon Eastern. We have a rotating cast of people that conduct the Q&A sessions. I generally do Mondays, and I think Michael does Tuesdays now, and Steve does Wednesdays, and Jamie does Thursdays, and Andy does Fridays. We mix Chris Varley in every once in a while. But yeah, we get everybody. Everybody gets a chance to hang out and answer questions, and all of us here, all of us have been trading for a long time. Most of us have started trading in the 90s. So we have a wealth of experience, not only with the software, but with trading itself. But we all have different levels of experience and different backgrounds and different perspectives. So what you might hear me talk about, you might hear something completely different tomorrow when Michael handles the show. So if you got the bandwidth, if you're around, leave this channel on every trading day, noon Eastern. Even if you don't have any questions of your own, there's a good chance that somebody's going to ask a question about something that you didn't know was possible. You're going to say, wow, I didn't know you could do that with your software. Or I didn't know you could use that feature in that way. There's a good chance you'll learn something new every so often, and that alone makes it worthwhile. So, hang out with us, even if you don't have any questions. It's all good. All right, well, doesn't seem to be a whole lot of questions here, so we might go quiet, or I might just pass it back to Barry in the live trading room. For those of you who are first timers here, go ahead and save this, bookmark this YouTube link that you're at right now. Just go up in your browser where the URL is, just copy it, bookmark it, however you bookmark your links, and you can come here anytime during the trading day. Because when we're not doing the Q&A, for the rest of the trading day, we're simulcasting the free live trading room hosted by Barry Einerson. And the live trading room is an opportunity to basically look over the shoulder of an actual trader trading with real money, using Trade Ideas software to guide his every decision in the market. You'll get to see Barry's screen. You'll get to hear him talk. You could ask him questions in the Q&A panel, just like you're doing right now with me. He will do his best to answer them. He's got 600 people in the trading room, between the actual trading room and the simulcast on YouTube. So he can't always answer every question. A lot of people want to engage with him, but he is amazingly patient and amazingly thoughtful and incredibly helpful. So while it's not meant to be a dedicated Q&A session, you can ask questions, and if he gets to it, he will answer them when he can. But more than that, it's just you get to see the software in action as Barry trades throughout the day with real money. Win or lose. He doesn't win every day. Nobody wins every day. But you can learn a lot from Barry in that live trading room. It's right here on this exact same channel where you guys are right now. So when I end this at the top of the hour, it's just going to go right back to Barry, and you don't need to do anything. If you were to subscribe to Trade Ideas right now, whether it's the Trade Ideas software or the TI Strength newsletter, it will renew every month on the same date. So if you purchase today is June 28th, it will renew on July 28th, on August 28th, on September 28th, etc., etc. And by the way, guys, if some of you are thinking about subscribing to Trade Ideas, I've already got the link to the strength alerts. Or, I'll put it back in here again. If you want to subscribe, if you don't currently subscribe to Trade Ideas software, but you are interested in the TI Strength alerts for $17 a month, you can sign up at this link. I just put it in the channel, in the question box. And I'm also going to put in a link here. If you're interested in subscribing to Trade Ideas software and you don't currently have it, go to this link here. One sec, TI subscription. You can go to that link and use promo code Chicago Sean for 15% off. That's 15% off your first purchase. So If you do a monthly subscription, you'll get 15% off your first month, and then you'll pay the regular rate every month thereafter. If you're looking for the best deal, you can buy an annual subscription with 15% off, and that lowers your effective monthly rate significantly. But if you want to try it out, those are the links. Again, if you're subscribing to the TI software, the software subscription, the TI Strength Alerts is included for free, so you don't need to have a separate subscription for that. All right, folks, got about 5 minutes or so. So if you got any burning questions, now is your time. Now is your time. I'm going to go back to my layout here. We'll cruise through the top movers lists that I was talking about earlier. This JKS still looks like a great trade. This gray, what I like about this stock is it's got a tiny market cap and 14% of it's short. You can see the short float right there. This stock might be one of those, might be the next short squeeze meme stock, just getting started. I'm not saying go out and buy this thing, guys. Please, this is not investment advice, and it's not a trade that I'm taking myself. So take it for a grain of salt. But this thing, showing signs of being the next one, right? CDXC, nice trend today. DQ. So that's not Dairy Queen? DQ? Come on. Yeah, some good looking charts here. Look at this one. This is a chart I like for a swing trade. I mean, look at this thing. Beautiful intraday trend, but look at the daily chart. This thing could be popping. I like that one. And that's got $13 billion market cap, so that's no small cap. Jay YOLO. You're only living once, Jay. Says, hey Sean, does TI have pattern recognition? If so, how accurate is it? Well, we do have some pattern recognition. If I go to my new here and open up an alert window, I'm going to create an alert window from scratch. And if I go to the search tab, and in the category here, we do have some patterns like candle pattern, changes daily. If I click geometric pattern, you'll see a bunch of this is probably what you're looking for here, these geometric patterns like double bottoms, double tops. Now, I don't use these myself, Jay YOLO, so I can't say how accurate they are, and you know, that's a subjective interpretation, right? I mean, I might think it's accurate, and you might say that's horseshit, it's terrible, right? But if you go into the search tab and go into categories, you can find the geometric patterns, as well as some candle patterns here. So like dojis and things like that, 5-minute, 30-minute hammers. You have to play around with that. Mr. Hussein's asking, what does the score mean? Good question. So he's talking about, if you see in my single stock window here, I got score. It says 84. So what is the score? Score is a proprietary measure similar to that of, if you guys are familiar with Investors Business Daily and their IBD 50 list. Okay. It's a similar type score, but it does use proprietary proprietary filters to arrive at this score, and it dynamically updates throughout the day. So whereas the IBD 50 list, that score, as I remember it, updates once a week, these scores dynamically update throughout the day. And so what a score stands for, I think it's stock composite rating, I believe is what the score stands for. But it's a proprietary number derived by Trade Ideas. And obviously 100 is the highest score you can have, and 0 is the lowest score you can have. Actually, I think there's actually a higher floor than that. I think the lowest score you can have is 30. I'd have to ask Andy about that, but I believe the lowest score is 30 and the highest is 100. So the higher the score, the better the technical setup. I mean, that's kind of how you have to interpret it, I believe, is the higher the score, the better the technical setup. There might be some there are some fundamentals mixed in there as well. It is proprietary, so I can't give you all the keys to the kingdom. Just know that the higher the score, the better. Eddie's asking me about my swing trading. So he wants to know when I adjust my stops after my initial 5% stop loss. So there's no hard rule on that, Eddie. It's all gut feel. I'm looking at charts. So I bought this QFIN, for example. You can see where I bought it right down here. Okay. So I generally update my stop loss levels every Monday during these Q&A sessions. So I just kind of look at it once a week. And I'm just looking to drag it up to levels, my stop loss below levels of obvious support. So, when we got up to around here, I dragged the stop loss level to 30 and change. And then at one point I had it up here, and then I had it up here, and now I have it up here. I always move it in the direction of the trend. I never move my stop loss orders down once they've been set. Okay. But, again, there's no science on that, Eddie. It's more gut feel for me. I'm just looking for obvious levels of recent support. And that's where my stop loss orders levels go. Sandeep asks, I have a Roth account with Interactive Brokers and a separate investment account with IB, Interactive Brokers. Can Holly do trades on both simultaneously for 2 accounts? Possibly require 2 different computers on IB side for time being. Sandeep, I believe, I don't have any first-hand experience with this, but I do believe that you can trade multiple accounts with IB. So let's try something out here, a little thought experiment. If I right-click on one of my strategies, edit trading strategy, and I go down here, accounts. Let's see. I don't have any live accounts connected, but I believe through allocation profile you can have more than one account and have them trade separately. But you know what, Sandeep, that's more of a advanced level question here that best, if this is important to you, and it sounds like it is, it's best to send that question to our email so we can get the right people to answer that for you. Our email address is info@trade-ideas.com. I'm putting it in here right now. info@trade-ideas.com. That's a question to send to that email address, and we'll make sure we get that answered for you properly. Piano Man, this is the last thing I'll do because I just realized we're at the top of the hour. Wow, time flies. Piano Man, you want this layout saved here, this one I'm using now. This is my layout. I'm happy to share it with you. So I'm going to go File, Save Layout. I'm going to call it, oops, wait, no, sorry, I want to save it to the cloud. File, Save or Share to Cloud. Entire layout. I'm going to do this Sean's layout. Save and share. I'm going to copy that link. Piano Man, here you go. Sean's layout. It's right there in the questions panel. And with that, I am about to pass it back to Barry. So Barry, if you hear me, let me know. I'm going to ping you through our company Slack. Let me know if you're here, Barry, and then I will pass the Q&A baton back over to you, my friend. All right, folks, Barry is about to fire up. Good hanging with you this Monday. I hope you guys have a great rest of your trading day and a profitable week. And again, we do these every trading day, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Come on back, bookmark this link. We're here all day long. When we're not doing the Q&A, you get Barry. You'll see Barry here in a second. I'm going to pass it back to him. And join us every day. No reason not to get help with trade ideas. There's help for you everywhere. Take care, everybody. I'm passing you back to Barry.
But you know what I can do? I can tell whether or not they. Yeah, I don't think it. I don't think it did because I've enabled show previous AI trades. I don't see anything here in the monthly, so I don't. I don't think it did. Not that I can see anyway. Thoughts on EPZM? EPZM. Let's take a look at that. All right, well, let's see. So on the monthly chart, not too bad. I mean, it's obviously having a good month. I mean, if you look way up here, I suppose there's argument to be made that there is your, area of resistance, 1430. So that's far enough away. Again, it's going to need, and on the weekly chart, you can see I had a good week last week, doing really nothing this week. Same sort of thing. Except on the weekly chart, it looks like there's more resistance around 1240. Remember, the monthly looks like it's at more like at 14 something. So, I mean, I don't know. I guess it's okay. But you need a catalyst of some sort. Like what's going to get it moving? Look at the market, guys. Market is starting to pick up in drift mode down. Yeah, okay, so it did stall. Okay, so it did stall EGLX. It did stall almost to the penny. 634, what did it get up to? It got up to 638, so it got 4 cents above, and that's where it stalled. That's kind of what now, what I'm going to do is just stick an alert up here again, see if it can take it out for a second time. And maybe that will get me interested. And then I'm talking about the EGLX. The same thing with the Mankind, MNKD. I mean, look where it is. 3 months ago, that was the high, 530. It's right there. If it can somehow take that 530 out, look left on that monthly chart, I see 625. I mean, so it has a shot to, keep trying to fill in this void. That's basically the same on the daily chart. So, really it's just a matter of can it get through 530 with any enthusiasm. It did have some news, I think. I think it might have had an upgrade or something. Still have, I don't want to say high hopes, but I mean, Perry is still very interesting. PERI. I mean, just look left on that high way over here at 28. So, I mean, it's got a ton of room. It's just a matter, can it get over 22 again and start running? So I think I have an alert set up here, 22, 26 or so. So just waiting to see if it happens later on. Yeah, I mean, okay, so the question was, what is an upgrade? What is a downgrade? What effect it might do theoretically? I mean, these are just analysts' opinions, of course. So an analyst will look at a stock and say, okay, we're upgrading this, we're initiating coverage, and some of them put a price target on it. I mean, look at what happened with the PBLA today, as an example, okay? Now, all it is, of course, is an opinion. Now, whether it happens or not, can't remember who it was, Roth. People know Roth, and they put a price target of $10 on it. Pretty aggressive when the stock's at $4. Now, they're not saying it's going to happen today or tomorrow, even next week. I don't even know if they put a time frame on it, but that's their opinion, and that's it. Sometimes, so what I look for is if the same stock gets multiple upgrades or downgrades in the morning. So if I see the same stock being upgraded or downgraded by multiple investment firms, then I say, okay, let's take a look at it. I also pay maybe a little more attention to a Goldman upgrade or downgrade. Again, not that they're the be all and the end all. But, with PBLA, I mean, obviously, the fact that Roth put a $10 price target on it means diddly right now. Right? I mean, I do this upgrade and downgrade in the morning. I pay attention to it in a very minor way. If I see something, again, a couple of multiple downgrades or upgrades, I'll load the chart to see what's happened. And that's about it. All right, so Mercado. Let me demonstrate something. So let's say I wanted to put I wanted to get into PBLA at 414. Okay. So all I do is I say, okay, let's take 300 shares. In this box right there, I'll put 414 twice. All right, hit the buy button, and now you'll see a blue line should appear on the chart. So if it hits 414, it'll take the trade. Okay, now in the simulator, it'll take the trade. Now, if you're trading for real, you have to put some limit. You're gonna have to put some limits in here because, what if it screams through 414? As an example. You couldn't get it right at 414. How far outside of 414 would you be willing to go, as an example? But in the simulator, okay, so the stop loss now is, you can't put the stop loss in until the order is executed. Okay, so, but once the order is executed, you should know where your stop is because, when you get into this trade, as we've discussed many times, if you do want this trade at 414, you have to be prepared to get out at a certain price if it doesn't work, right? So, I might be looking at this area here, 380. It looks like there's some support here, as an example, just as an example. So you have to know where your stop is if you do get executed, and then you put your stop in if you're doing it all manually. By the way, guys, look at RSLS. But once, if this were executed, then you would just literally, well, I can't do it here because they're not in the trade, but you would, if this were executed, you would see it here, of course, 400 shares, whatever, and then you would just right click, and you would see add the stop order, and then you would put the stop order at whatever price you want. I mean, if you're not in 100 trades, look at RSLS, guys. I was looking at this one earlier. You shouldn't be in so many trades at the same time that it would be tedious to have to place a stop order. The other thing too is that you can put a sound alert on this. So when you enter a trade, you get a sound alert. So you would know that you took the trade, if you weren't staring at it. And then you can just add the stop. Well, you can't do it until you took the trade. What did we take a look at? Yeah, because you see, there's no way until I see it here executed, I cannot add the stop order. But think of it this way, Mercado, also. You should want to know that you're in the trade. Okay? It makes sense to me anyway, that you should want to know that you took the trade, okay? Because when you place your order to take the trade, there were certain market conditions perhaps, okay, that you liked. Let's just say, for instance, I've put this buy order right up there. I'm looking at the market. I wouldn't like to see this market going down, but what if it was just sort of flattening up, or even inching my way up, or its way up? Maybe so going long on a stock, made sense to you at the time when you put this in. If you just forget about it and have your stop in, if you could do that. To me, I'd want to know, I'm in the trade now. Do I still really want to be in this trade? What's the market doing? Yeah, if you're doing it manually, you have to wait to be in the trade. Well, guys, gray is still alive and kicking. Now, will it take out that high? That was the big question. 697. Yeah, the market is definitely, but tech is still up. Tech still really hasn't wavered too much. Let's take a look at the Qs. Yeah, look at the Qs, guys. It had the pop, and really not. It's pulling back a little bit, but not huge. I'm not having any issues with IB, Riley. Well, let me make sure. So I see gray bid ask 668, 672. Looks right based on our charts. That looks correct. I can look at it, my trading view chart. Yeah, I think everything is fine. So it's got to be something on your end. It's guys, I'm just stunned. I mean, 102 degrees in Vancouver. Jeez. Sorry. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's Vancouver right here. Yeah, that's Vancouver, BC. Unbelievable. I converted for you guys. I don't mean convert. Well, to Fahrenheit. Oh, there's no question. There's no question. All right, guys. That's unbelievable, Poe. Okay, Eddie, no, Perry nor Gray was an AI trade. Those were alerts from my unusual option scan. Nothing to do with the AI. Okay, nothing to do with the AI. How you trade them is up to you. But, okay. And I don't put stop losses like that, where it's a set number like 5%. That's not how I trade. My stop losses my stop will be based on what I see on a chart. And I don't just put every trade I get in, it's a 5% stop. All right. I am watching this EGLX to see if it takes this out again later on. What time is it? 1:21? We have time. See if this takes this 638 out again. Because if it does, then it has a shot. 664. I mean, it's got a shot to get into this area, but look at AVXL. AVXL on the move here. And this is the lifetime high. Look at the volume. No, you cannot do that, Sandeep. Tomorrow, if you're around tomorrow, Michael Noss will be in in our YouTube room tomorrow between 12 and 1. You can really fire a lot of questions, regarding stops and things like that to him, okay? He's definitely our expert in all of that. Now, right now, 102, JJ, in your degrees. All right, let's see. I'm going to... yeah. On my chart, I see that it was just touching the 30 minute. I didn't see it go above it, but it's okay. So we may have different figures on this, that's all. Oh, 30 minute. 30 minute, I'm looking at a 15-minute chart. I don't have a 30-minute chart. No, this is 15. You said 30. Let's just see. I'll just switch it. Well, I can do it this way. Yeah, it was. So the same. Hello, Casey. Boy, look how choppy Perry's been. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Looks like this trend is just down. Also, Sandeep, just to let you know, we don't have VMA and we don't have EMAs. So we have SMAs, but even if you wanted that, though, we can't do that. Even if you wanted to use SMAs. I mean, I agree. I mean, the stops, well, first of all, you're talking about auto stops and all that sort of stuff, auto trading more. So, I'm not a big proponent of it, but well, guys, I mean, look at gray. What's the high over here? That's 628. So, I mean, there it is, 697. If it takes out 7, I mean, look out. I mean, anything can happen with this one. I mean, you look at this monthly chart 3 months ago. I mean, this was a $20 stock. And so this could just be starting to get rolling. Had a nice week 3 weeks ago. Did nothing the last 2 weeks. This is the first day of this week, of course, and it looks like it is trying. Okay, give me a moment, please. All right, guys. Okay, ADV, what are you doing? You've been down. Let's see, you just made a new low. And wow, okay, take a look at ADV. Is this shortable for me? It is shortable for me. Interesting. ADV. Let's see if there's any news on this ADV. Oh, absolutely, Sandeep. It's not a dumb question at all. Question was new to shorting stock. Can you put a stop loss on it? Of course, your stop loss will be above the price. That's all. So if I'm shorting this one here at 1060, okay, No, so right here, if you can see me on the screen. So if I'm shorting this, well, let's just do it. Okay. Let's just short. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to short. So now, if I want to put a stop on, of course, the stop it has to be above, right? Because I'm shorting it. I'm wanting it to go down in price. So if I put the stop at the top here, 1073, just do it. Add the stop order. Put it 1075, and now you'll see a red line on top. Or actually, in this case, because it's a short, a blue line. Okay? So, if it hits that, it'll take me out. So it's just a matter of, reversing your thought process. When you go long something, of course, the stop is going to be below the price you get in. If you short something, the stop is going to be above the price you shorted. Okay, Sandeep, did that make sense? Just one moment, please. All right, guys. All right, guys. I'm kind of watching this ADV to see if it really wants to break down. I mean, there's a ton of room underneath it. I mean, yeah, I mean, right there, that's around 950. So there's a lot of room underneath ADV if it wants to. Now, I'm pretty extended on the weekly, but it's still weak, weak, weak. No pun intended. Sorry, guys. I'm internal discussion taking place. Internal, as in trade ideas. All right, guys. Well, I'm not getting too many new alerts. Look at this, the basic new highs. No new alerts. What I did was I cleared everything, so any new high would appear. And I'm not getting anything right now. Looking at the ADV, a little pop up here. Let's see if that holds, or does it want to keep running itself down, ADV. The Commodore. Okay, you guys are talking about Carver and probably U1 and probably BCYC. All right, you guys are talking about LALZN. And so obviously there was some news or something. I shouldn't say obviously, I don't see anything. I don't see anything specific to that volume pop. Doesn't look like EGLX is going to do it. All right, guys. Well, I'm not getting any new alerts, so hence I'm not really talking too much. I'm just waiting on maybe ADV to crack down through 1060 again. Maybe take a short there. But other than that, wow, the detail real. I mean, this was a beauty. I know you talked about this, but also look at this breaking down through underneath 12 now. DTIL. After a little bit of consolidation on the 15s. Nice little breakdown here. And what sort of room does it have? Well, we can just see. I mean, Friday's low was right around 11, so this has room. If it wants to keep moving down, AUUD, you know, there's one that I don't think I'd ever seen until last week. We saw this quite a bit. Well, I guess that's why. I guess it was, again, guys, I just can't remember. Did somebody say this was truly an IPO? Maybe it was. But it's having a great month. I mean, now, I know it looks like an IPO. I think somebody said it was super cheap. I mean, you know, typically they're not that cheap. But it had a great week and a continuation. Jesse, it's a name change. Thank you. So it was not an IPO. Okay. FireEye. Let's take a look at FireEye. Well, I mean, it's just kind of stuck in this area. I mean, you know, it can go higher, it can go lower. I hate to be that vague, but I mean, it's just kind of stuck. I mean, if you're talking just recently, yeah, it's had a little pop, but I mean, looking at this daily chart, I mean, I really don't know. I can't really figure out a direction. I mean, it's only down 3 cents, so it's, you know, it really hasn't done much. 0.35 relative volume, so All right, let's see if detail holds underneath that whole number. Yeah, we were just talking about that. Been talking about it all day, really. Yeah, we've got the Dow down, tech is up, so we have growth versus value. I mean, guys, look how choppy some of these things are. I mean, look at RSLS, okay, as an example. This was not shortable, I don't think. Actually, it was shortable. Okay, I didn't think. But I mean, look at this. I mean, you'd think, here is the pre-market high. Okay, had some news, I guess. Yeah, Armistice taking a 50% stake. I don't know if it's a hedge fund or I don't know who they are. It doesn't matter. Came out, said we have a 50% stake in the company. It pops, drops down, puts up, and then all of a sudden you get all this volume coming in. I mean, that's a lot of volume. I mean, remember, there's 28 million shares. There's only 5.5 million. You would think at this point, maybe, that it's going to continue. Not even close. It gets up to 7, 8 something, and it drops all the way down to 7. I mean, that's a big percentage move. So, okay, just a minute, please. Keep an eye on the Perry guys. I really mean it. I mean, if it takes this out later on, it's got a chance. It's 22.22. That level. If it moves back up there, Yeah, thanks for the update, Mookie. All right, I don't know. Take a look at Earn, maybe. I mean, this looks like it's trying to come back a bit. Earn, Earn, EARN. Yeah, Gray is okay. Gray is making a new high, but can it take this out? I mean, that's it right there, guys. 697. I mean, it made a new high, got up to 690, I believe. Yeah, 690. Yeah, stop teasing us, Zach. As Real is going to say, stupid IB. There are no shorts for ALZN at Interactive Brokers. Just a minute, please. All right, guys. Well, Gray's trying. I mean, it's trying. There's that high again right there. Look at that. 697. What did it get to? 698. I mean, it's trying. All right, guys. Well, ADV did not do anything, and neither did the DTIL. I was hoping maybe they would both collapse, but I will put the alerts for DTIL. I'll just put a price alert down here. See if it takes it out again later on. And on the ADV, sort of the same thing. I think at 1060. Yeah, right around here. See, Zach is rubbing it in, Real. right, so you see what happened? I just wanted to demonstrate that's how you place the stop, and got stopped out of ADV. I'm sorry, it took the trade. All right, Gray. An attempt to get through 7. I mean, you got to look at this room it's got. Okay, one more time. Let's see if I put the alert around 7:07, see if it takes it out again. You know, there was some volume, but it just couldn't sustain it over 7. I mean, if it can do it, this could be really interesting after hours if it closes well. I mean, all traders are looking at is the potential for the run, for the move. Yeah, you had that one really early. I gotta say, that was pretty miserable of Gray to do that. Give us that quick pop over 7. Oops. That quick pop over 7 and then pull right back. All right, there we go. Okay, see how that worked? You know, in the simulator, took the short of ADV and then put the stop above it, and it stopped me out. This turns into a long now. So that's for you, Sandeep. But I'll tell you, Gray's got to be watched. I mean, tomorrow. I mean, this has the look. Gray has the look that it could just keep going. Again, 3 weeks ago, came off the bottom, rested the last 2 weeks, and now it looks like it wants to run again. I have no idea why or what they do. I mean, I can read what they do, but I don't know if there's any specific news on them. Only thing I know about NIO is that Real was talking about it earlier in the day. NIO. Let's take a look at NIO. Yeah, okay, not bad. I mean, it's basing here. It's had a great run, and now it's been kind of basing for the last 3 hours. It looks like. Was there news other than electric vehicle stocks rally as focus shifts to upside from infrastructure? Yeah, I mean, the last 2 weeks has kind of been sort of basing. So today we got a lot of resistance right around here, but that's that's quite a far. That's $60. So it's about $11 away. I mean, if you're looking at a swing, well, I mean, it's got room. I guess to 60. This is not advice to take the trade. If you're going to put your stop, you'd have a pretty wide stop. I mean, almost like the low of today. Maybe even the low of last week. And Sun W. Yeah, this one not quite as attractive, I think, as a NIO, but it's got a lot. It looks like there's some resistance right around 12, and you're at 1139 here. So listen, I mean, for a NIO and any one of those, it's do you believe, in the. I mean, obviously we have an EV future. I mean, there's no question about it. Is NIO going to be the one or one of them? I mean, it would appear to be, but that's what you're banking on, and the infrastructure bill. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm just following an email discussion again. I'm just still kind of holding out that Perry will get over 22 again and start to move. It may not happen, but yeah, Mankind, MNKD continues. Well, this is interesting. I mean, it's a little bit of a break here, guys. Just a little bit of a break out of the 15s. Yeah, I don't know if I can offer really any advice other than maybe take a few days off. Number one, take fewer shares, wider stops. Don't trade as much. Man, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. Not much happening. Yeah, I mean sometimes it's somewhat obvious. You're using the same strategy and it's losing over and over and over again. You better change it. Maybe you look at the filters, or maybe you have to look at something completely different. Hard to know. Yeah, you can try the simulator for a while. See if you can get back at least winning in paper trading. Give you a little bit of confidence. Actually haven't seen or pH at all. Will the trading room be open for all the sessions in the summer? Now, there's no such thing as summer, Demetrius. There's just trading days. 252 of them, I think. Yeah, I'm just kidding, but yeah, no, we don't close down for the summer. The market's open, we're open. Anyway, you talk about GLTO. I wonder why it is moving at all when ORPH is not. You're right, though, it is. I wonder why is it moving when really, I mean, it was ORPH that dragged this one up. Had nothing to do. But you're right. I mean, there's good volume coming in. No, if you mean, does the market really slow down in the summer? You know what? I really haven't seen it slow down significantly. I mean, is it slower? It probably is slower to a certain extent. However, look, earnings in 3 weeks. Earnings season starts in 3 weeks. I guarantee. You know, that's July whatever, July the 21st. Earnings season starts right here. So it'll definitely be alive and kicking then. But it's not like 20 years ago, you know, where, yeah, in the summer, my goodness, it was so dead. It's not like that anymore. I'm not saying it's going to, it's as, really, it's all to do with earnings. I mean, look, there's no earnings, zero, nothing, nada. Once earnings season starts again, we're going to get lots and lots of plays. Yeah, I always just say Alcoa, old school. I know the banks. Banks are also that month or that week. And again, guys, it depends what, you know. Most of the stuff that we see are things that are flying under the radar of, you know, the big funds, as somebody said, fund managers. Most fund managers aren't into gray and stuff like that, okay? I'm not saying there's not one. Most of the stuff that we see at Trade Ideas, at least what I look at, these are the ones that are, you know, basically alive all, like, you'll get them all year round. I mean, I don't care about Facebook and Apple and Amazon and Microsoft and all. I mean, not saying there's no trades to be done with those. It's just not my focus at all. So we have the 17th of the 21st for Alcoa. Interesting. Let me look at another site. Yeah. Vino. You guys are talking about Vino, and Kev in the YouTube room talking about Vino also. Again, there's another one that I don't think I had seen until here, that day right there. That's about 2 weeks ago. Never seen it before. Gaucho. You too, Real. We'll see you tomorrow. The volume, yeah, look at the volume also for Vino on the 15-minute chart. Look at the volume that came in. No news. Another exquisite call from Zach on the AUUD. For Vino, as far a SPAC play, I mean, not. Yeah, I know what you mean. No, no, no. The AI Holly AI alerts are the same for everybody, Sandeep. Nothing to do with your risk input. Nothing to do with. They're the same for everybody. Partnership to sell wine on Amazon? Okay. Sure, why not? That was last week. That's what somebody said, Kev. All right, let's take a look at gray to see if now this looks over today. All right, guys, I'll be back at about. I was going to say 2:30. Okay, give me a moment, please. All right, guys, we're getting close to wrapping this up as I'm sweltering here. So before I do go, I'll try to keep the room up until 3. Just going to go over my homepage one last time. All right, so there's my homepage link. Just quickly go over what you see. Save the link, a lot of information there. When you click on the link, this is what you'll see. So here's a way in which you can take out a subscription. There's a promo code you can use. Barry for Alpha 15, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. We did not have a trade of the week this week. The gentleman who comes up with them is on vacation this week, so decided to take 1 week off from the trade of the week, but you can sign up for them right here. It's free. You'll get one next Monday before the market opens. Stock of the day videos that I do. You can sign up for it here. All the scans I'm sharing, click here. Here's my layout that I'm sharing, plus the moving higher with unusually strong options. Really like that one. That's on a monitor that you can't see, but I'm sharing, I create a lot of different scans here. So you can take a look at them. And education, lots of education right here. You're brand new to trade ideas, please take the 20 lessons. If you don't have trade ideas, that's okay. You can take a look just to sort of see, get an idea about what we have to offer. And we have daily support sessions in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Educational videos. You know, one of them is starting trade ideas from scratch. And another one, you guys want a little more information about the AI. It's not how to trade it. No video on how to trade the AI. Okay, I mean, that will have to be up to you, how you want to handle it. But And back to basics, new to trading. Great video series, very short videos, starting off with what is a stock. So again, a lot of information here on my homepage. So save the link, because in these two sections right here, there's a lot of information. So save the link, then you can look at everything at your leisure. Yeah, CVM was halted before the market opened. And the market opened. On the surface, if you read the headlines, you would have thought, okay, pretty good. But it was halted right here for news. And again, you read the headlines, it didn't look too bad, but the market just thumped it. So guys, now's a good time to, not that you can't do it during the day, but if you have any questions, don't be shy. Yeah, I mean, if it took out 7, I think it'll look excellent, maybe. And you're talking about the gray. Ija is saying worth watching SSKN. Let's take a look at SSKN, see what he's seeing. Wow, I mean, really? I'm just looking at this daily chart. This is almost a classic doji. Almost. I mean, I can't measure exactly the height here versus the height here. But this is tremendous indecision, Ija. No? And this is today. I mean, so it was up here, it was down there, and it's basically, it's almost flat, but tremendous indecision on this one. And then you have PRPH. PRPH, wow, interesting. It is right at the 200-day moving average. 753 is the 200-day. It's at 7. Well, it was at it. Now it is above it, quite a bit above it. PRPH, boy, this has got some room too. Let's take a look left on the weekly chart. 788 is the next high, and then after that, it would be 837. So it's got a little bit of work to get through this. All right, Aja, I will do it just because it's you. Right, the high, okay. These other, I mean, you must be seeing something I don't see. I mean, these other topping tails on the monthly, that means again, what had happened? The buyers had it all the way up here, and the sellers said nope. So they look totally in control, but all right, guys. Questions, please. Keep me awake. What is happening with Carve? Yeah, this is so hard to get a read on this one. I mean, I don't know what the true float is. I mean, we have 500,000, which is insanely low. Whatever it is, it's going to be low. Lots of volume. Lots and lots of volume is in here. It's a pretty high, high short float percent, 10.8. I'm not interested in crypto at all. I saw Mara early this morning. I think it was it had popped up a bit, but yeah, I mean, I just can't get interested. And John, just in case people are wondering, he's just kidding. Elms. I don't know Elms at all. Elms. No, okay. This is an IPO today, I guess. Let's just see who's. I'm assuming it's an IPO. So, is it not an IPO, Elms, or is this a symbol name change, or is this one of those business? What is it, Jason? I just can't see it as an IPO. Is it a China IPO? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, It's not on my IPO list, so I don't know. It looks like an IPO, talks like an IPO, quacks like an IPO. Therefore, it's a duck. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. What I wanted to see, I know, VJ. What I wanted to see is if it's an IPO, who's behind it, the price it came out at. I just don't see that it's just not on my IPO list. Vive la France! All right, you know what I'll do? Because I'm actually curious now. It's one of those. So it does look like. No, I see. Okay, so this is a. Excuse me. So this is trading today as Elms. This is electric last mile. Okay. Last speculative EV company to go public. Okay. So this was, I don't know what the SPAC, this is one of those Fortress ones. I'm sorry, Fortress 4 merger. Okay. I don't know what it was before, but so this is now trade. So this is trading as Elms. This is all I'm looking at. I just have to, okay. For a merger. Now trading as Elms. Shares pop on trading debut. So again, if you think that all these EV stocks are going to go, well, pretty cheap. Just a minute, please. Just one moment, please. Yeah, I'm concerned about my pets for sure. That's why I just had to jump and take a look. It's just not required, the Dreamer in Vancouver. This is just such an insane anomaly. Most homes do not have air conditioning. It's just not needed. Yeah, good luck getting one now, for sure. I've got 3 Dysons that are going full blast, but it's not quite the same. Keep an eye on that Zach came out with a good one, guys. That AUUD. Keep an eye how it closes. No, oh, before. No, we had them before. Normal for this time of year? Mm, maybe, okay, in centigrade, 25 or so. So 40 is ridiculous. For you guys, it'd be, we usually Vancouver is high 70s, low 80s. Very, 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 very nice. Oh yeah, no, I mean that's. I don't want to dwell on this, but I mean I think today is supposed to be the worst of it, and then it cools off to 90. I mean your degrees. All right, let's see. That AUUD guys, keep an eye on it going into the close. Yeah, but if I lived in Texas, I'd have air conditioning. That's the thing. I'd have air conditioning. If I lived in Florida, Arizona, I'd have air conditioning. It's just not necessary here. I'm not saying nobody has it, but I mean, it's just really not that big a deal. Just keep an eye on my pets. That's all I care about. It's amazing how their behavior has completely changed. All right, guys. Well, listen, if there are no more questions, I may just wrap it up now. I will stick around. I will stick around if there are questions. How do you get on? Oh, okay. How do you get on the webinar? That's a good question. Okay. Yeah, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern. So let me just show you the link. And let me just get my homepage in again. Okay, so when you click on my homepage link, and then go to the education section, okay, go to the education section, scroll down, 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 daily webinars. You can sign up for them right here, okay? Meanwhile, PRPH exploding here, guys. Okay, there you go. Okay, Surf Doc. Wow, PRPH. So finally, one from here. 233, 774 was the alert through the 200-day moving average. Oh, I think he's just kidding. He's the stereotype. C's, 7 C's. Well, you would think that maybe C's would be doing okay, opening up, right? Yeah, a little volume push right here. Yeah, big volume push. Maybe, though it's funny, what the headline I'm seeing is that SeaWorld shares are trading lower amid weakness in reopening. So I mean that it is down 4%. Yeah, the global travel outlook, and also announced a COO transition. So I mean, the news was not good, and that was actually at 11 o'clock Eastern time. It's 2:50 now, but something's put a charge into it. Lufthansa variant. Funny. PRPH, let's take a look. PRPH. Yeah, for sure. I mean, you have three of them in a row. Remember, the buyers have been trying like mad. You're right though. We have three of those in a row. The problem is, the top one was way up here, so you're 40 cents away now. But you're right. The buyers had it up here, sellers close it here. Buyers had it up here, sellers close it here. Buyers had it up here. It still has 9 minutes, before this candle closes, but that body is starting to shrink. This turns into a red candle. You're right. Problem is that you're giving up about 40 cents from the top. What would have been more ideal is a little topping tail there, and then with the body up here, and then the next candle being red. So you could have got it closer to this area up here, in my opinion anyway. To me, it's just too late. Look, it could still fall. 660 is right down there. I get that it could still really fall, but I still think we're giving up 40 cents. Yeah, there's the ADMA, or the AD. There is the ADMA on the 2-minute chart. You're right. But anyway, it's a moot point for me because there are no shares available at Interactive Brokers for that particular short. Yeah, I saw that Krispy Kreme is IPOing. Certainly brand recognition is there. But they were sort of branching out though, aren't they? They're getting into coffee and other things other than just pure donuts. I think that's what I read anyway. Well, they were the rage a few years ago. I'm talking, a good few years ago. Yeah, you're right, about 10 years ago. I was going to say even 15, but I think there may have been one in Vancouver, but I'm not sure. I'm not a big donut guy, so it didn't really make any difference to me. New West, okay. Yeah, there's one in Delta, okay. So what do we have tomorrow? These are the IPOs for tomorrow. We've got, wonder what they do. Ding dong. Now, don't tell me this is an offshoot of Avon. Whoops. Okay, no, it's China. Okay. Some big guys behind it, though. They've got Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, Credit Suisse, and HSBC. So there are, Tiger and FUTU. So it could be an interesting one tomorrow, guys. So, we had some calls or emails over the weekend, and I think on Thursday and Friday about do we have an IPO filter? So this is what I would do, guys. Okay, if you're really interested in IPOs, I mean, it takes a little bit of work, but I think it's worth it. Now, one of the things is that many IPOs will show up as a halt. As a resume. As a resume. But you can't guarantee that. So, yeah, requires a little bit of work. But all you have to do is this. So here's one, right? DDL. So all I'm going to do, let me shrink this down a bit. I'm going to put DDL here. Of course, the chart will be blank. I'm going to create a price alert at a $1. Obviously, it's going to open more than $1. Okay, save it. Done. When DDL starts trading tomorrow, it'll pop up on my screen. I mean, how hard is that to do? We had people getting a little upset because we didn't have some kind of a filter. I mean, we tried it. We can do a bit of a tricky filter, but just come on. I mean, a little bit of work. So, do the next one, AVTE. I mean, the ones you're interested in, you want to do them all, fine. So AVTE. Okay, there it is. Create a price alert. $1. Done. Clear source. U. Create the price alert. I mean, you just do it once a week with the IPOs that week. And here's DD. I mean, there are a lot of them. Wow, this is IPO week. Look at this. Wednesday, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 IPOs tomorrow, guys. I don't know what would... LegalZoom. That's interesting. LegalZoom. But just, so it takes a little bit of time. And where's Krispy Kreme? There it is. D-Nuts. There you go. So I'm just going to go... This is definitely his IPO week. So this is what I mean. So I've got my... Where are those price alerts? Here we go. There's my price alerts. I'll get rid of all these ones up here. The ones that have triggered. But see all the ones I just created? DNUT, LZ, YOU, AVT, DDL. Okay? So these are IPOs. I could have put a little note in, IPO, Wednesday, whatever. And when I minimize the window, because I never have my price alerts window up and running. In other words, it's not taking up any screen space. I just minimize the window, and when the price gets triggered, this window will pop up on my screen. I can't miss it. Kind of like, look what happened right there. See? Now, had this been minimized, the price alert for AUUD would have popped up. Let's see if I can. See if I can get it to pop up for you so you'll see what I'm doing. Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to see if this, just to show you what I mean. I mean, most of you probably know what I mean, but if you're not familiar with the way our price alerts work, first of all, it's so simple. Just right click, create the price alert. You know, typically all you do, if I wanted to put a price alert for Mankind for whatever reason, up here, I would just, you know, go up here and right click, and now it'll be set. If I don't have to put any notes in if I don't want to. If I want to put a price alert underneath, okay, there you go. See how it popped up? Because it hit that price. See how it popped up right on my screen? I can put a sound alert on it. You know, actions. I always sort on the triggered column, so I'm going to see the latest price alert right at the top. You can't miss it. All right, guys, it is 3 o'clock. That's it. We'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully under slightly milder conditions. Let me just get my script ready. All right, guys. Yeah, thanks a lot for all the help. And I shall open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.